Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the EGF Collegiate Power Series. This, of course, is Group 5, and later on we'll be having Group 8 being played out. I, of course, am Navik. I'm joined by the wonderful Cameron Dorfralic. How you doing, Dor?
I'm doing well. It's a good day for Rocket League. Beautiful here at the stadium in game. Outside, most people don't know what it's like. We've all been indoors for a long time now, but these schools are about to go at it. School may be out of session, but Rocket League is in. And tonight we're starting off with Georgia Tech versus the College of Charleston, heading over to Florida State versus Lafayette. Then Georgia Tech versus Lafayette, finishing off this group with the College of Charleston taking on Florida State later on in the night. We'll get to see San Jose State take on Utah State, University of Washington take on Washington State, San Jose State take on Washington State, Utah State take on Washington. After that, that's a lot of Washington and a lot of states, Navik, but we're going to get through all of them by the end of the night.
Yeah, no, it should be a good time. We'll have, of course, Sam Cool J Raby coming on to the microphone later on with everybody. And it's just going to be a fun time if you've never partook in an EGF stream before. It's always a nice event. We, of course, like Dor just said, are going to be able to see Georgia Tech versus Charleston in just a moment. Dor, have you seen either of these teams play before?
I have heard whisperings of Georgia Tech being an incredible team here. I haven't heard much about Charleston personally, but I've got to say, looking at this set of teams, they are going to be punching well above their weight level right now. There's a lot of hard knocks in here. Florida State, Georgia Tech, and Lafayette, all schools that I know are capable of coming out here and showing us some good Rocket League. But as for this first game, only seen a little bit from Georgia Tech, not much from Charleston. So they've got the most to prove in this matchup.
Yeah, and the players are once again joining the teams now as we get this first game under wraps. I'm excited. Going to be kicking it off. We, of course, have Georgia Tech in the blue and Charleston in the orange. Already kicking it off, though. Georgia Tech looking to already set up the goal, sitting in front of Charleston's goal right there. Iridium gets the touch and just needs to get it past Cure.
Colin D sitting in the corner. He's got a nice shot off the crossbar. Iridium will try and save this one out, but only knocks it up over his goal. Dudat's in for the shot, but it will be knocked away there by Toch. Still the ball in possession here for Georgia Tech, waiting for the right opportunity to just take a strike out, and Dudat decides it's now. Ball's up off the crossbar, but nobody to see it here as Toch touches it out live, and it's replayed back into the center. Colin D just barely can't reach the ball, though.
Yeah, Cure looks to intercept off of Toch there. Goes over. Do that. That's up to Colon D. Stolen away. Good challenge. Coming out from Iridium. Once again, ball in Georgia Tech side. Gets cleared away by Colon D over to Cure. Coach manages to stop it though. Over in, recentering. Do that. Goes slightly too wide. A minute into the clock. And Georgia Tech, like you're saying, we're seeing a lot of good teamwork coming out from this team.
Yep, they are making solid rotations here, allowing them to take shot after shot, but finally Charleston, they're going to net themselves a little bit of a counterattack. Colin D plays it out wide, though, and just look at this ball control from Georgia Tech. Absolutely phenomenal right now. It's not going anywhere without their permission explicitly, because Colin D has just been in the back, rebounding it right out to his teammates. These aren't just boots down the field. They are very intentional passes, and Georgia Tech is executing them flawlessly.
Yeah, do that, yeah. Looks to get it set up. Gets a nice touch off the backboard. Oh, 2 whiffs, 3 whiffs. This is a great opportunity for Georgia Tech. Colon D sends it too high, but manages to put it in off of the rebound. Goal 1 goes towards Georgia Tech, igniting the start of this game.
Yeah, Colin D sets himself up easily off the crossbar there. Will catch out a rotation from the Charleston player. It's been a barrage of shots here from Georgia Tech so far, but honestly not too much in the way of actually threatening shots. They're fairly simple setups. They need to get a little creative with it or go for more individual plays like that, and they've got a double pinch off the wall, and they're going to be finding yet another goal into the back of the net.
Yeah, I mean, Cure there just one-man armied it. Look, off the backboard, you saw Toch in goal. He just wasn't ready for him to carry it the whole way. He went the lengths.
That's what I'm saying. Georgia Tech, they've been making these plays off the corners. They've been making fairly simple passes, which obviously after you barrage a goal, something's bound to go in. But switching up, going for an individual play or something that's a little bit more interesting and creative, I think is bound to catch Charleston off, and there you saw it go perfectly for them. Now Colin D's got a shot, Toach to the middle of the goal, but it's bad rebound. Iridium will be able to play it out here, tries for the flick, but Dudat stands in the way. Jamaica plays it back out wide. Curl will be the first man there, up off the roof. He's got the flip reset. Will he use it in time? Not quite. Colin D takes 50-50, but sends it right out wide toward Toach. He's gonna have a shot here, won't use his flip. Dudat calmly playing the ball out towards the corner now.
Now do that. To get it past one, gets past two. Manages to put it up. Cure though with the touch. Good save by Iridium. Not allowing Georgia Tech to find a third at goal. Colon D makes it accept. Cure stops that open goal opportunity. Do that. Recenters it here. They're just kind of playing with their food at the moment. They're just bouncing this ball left, right, and center. Pass play, waiting for the opening, and they find it.
And I really start to feel for Charleston right now. It's something that we've talked about before, but they're starting to look like they're getting really comfortable losing here. And it's not something that teams want to do. They don't want to be losing. But when you get stuck in the state of, okay, I saved the ball, and then I try to rotate back into goal because I know another shot's going to be coming, that's when your team starts to really submit to the other one and accept that, okay, we're going to be playing defense. You can't be having that mentality. You need to start looking for counterattack opportunities. And while Charleston aren't quite out of this game yet, if they don't start looking for a little bit of momentum their own way, they're going to have a bad time right now.
Now, once again, Georgia Tech managed to have a lot of aggression. They're going to keep this deep inside Charleston's territory. And this seems to be how this team plays. Look at pass play after pass play. Look at the rotations. The bounce shot from Cure there was gorgeous.
I mean, it's the second touch off the back wall. They've done it repeatedly. Georgia Tech have absolutely abused the backboard of Charleston, and Charleston isn't putting members up on the wall to really take care of it. So I've got to say it's a bit of a positioning error from them. We see them committing a few too many players to attacking that midfield right into the box. They need to start focusing on where they can shut plays down. There's an issue that we saw teams have last night, was deciding the parts of the field they want to attack. Yes, you can try and play here around your goal and in the corners, but you leave that massive backboard open, and that's where Georgia Tech are coming in strong.
Do that for it once again. 4 goals up. Colon D tries to put it in. Toach is going to be able to save it. Good clear from Toach as well, but again, there's just not the rotations to the same degree that we're seeing from Georgia Tech currently coming out of Charleston. But we've seen it once, and it's definitely not uncommon, especially when it's the first game in general for these teams to be playing, is that sometimes nerves kick in, right? Sometimes they're not used to the environment. Sometimes, you know, they're just worried about performing badly for the rest of their team, especially when they know they're being broadcasted. So they might warm up, you know. Nerves definitely do affect a player's sense. And once again, D gets the save. Good shot by Toach there. Macon sends it up. Just slow play. 35 seconds left on the clock. We've seen, like we were saying yesterday, we saw Georgetown manage to catch up way back when. In 30 seconds, they found 3 goals. So seeing a goal every 10 seconds is not unheard of.
Not impossible here for Charleston. However, with every second that's taken off that clock, it seems less and less likely. I've got to say, they got to start looking to next game, and they have a pretty good opportunity here. Only 4-0 in the first game. We've seen far worse scores here, and we've seen teams come back from far worse scores. Last night, I believe it was actually UCLA that pulled out an amazing 3-game comeback after getting 5-0'd by USC, but you've got to start laying those foundations right now if you're Charleston. You've got to start addressing what are our problems and how are we going to fix them. And again, large part of that is going to be their backboard and playing aggressively in the midfield to stop these plays early from Georgia Tech before they can take off the ground.
Like you said, taking game number 1 there is put them in a slight advantage, of course, in this best of 5. They still need to win at least 1 more to find themselves in a match point situation, and Charleston may strike back. The beauty of Rocket League, 0 on the clock, 5-5 either side. Anything could happen.
Yeah, there's plenty of time for Charleston, plenty of match time, but it's one of those situations you don't want to be throwing the spaghetti at the wall, seeing what sticks. You want to have a solid idea of what you're doing. Otherwise, you're going to reach game 3, realize what worked, but be at a 3-goal deficit. We saw it happen a couple times last night. Charleston, they've got to figure out in this game. Game 2 is the time to try and turn this around and the time to try and solve these problems. But right now, Georgia are back on the attack here.
Once again, trying to set set it off well. Good pace coming out for them. Colon D. The touch. Looks for a fake away there. Bit of a... he doubled back on that decision, but that might have been the right decision overall. As he just manages to, like, serpentine around the entirety of Charleston. Look at this. Just avoids everybody.
By the goal, all three members committing for it, none of them catching a piece. Colon D, nice little dribble, finishes it off on his own. 1-0 Georgia Tech are off to a great start here. Charleston, I mean, you can kind of chalk that one up to, okay, you know, we got dribbled, accidental overcommit. You just got to block that one out of your brain because it's such a quick goal here. But do that, trying to make this a reminder. Can't quite find the shot, though. This ball is played out from Charleston. It's a great opportunity for them.
Blink twice and you miss it right now. The speed that this game is being played at. Coming off again, Georgia Tech have an opportunity. It's an open net goal as all of Charleston starts to defensively rotate. All three of them now on the ball. They can't be doing these over commits. We're seeing a lot of double commits coming out from Charleston, which is causing, we're seeing Georgia Tech being able to apply pressure once that happens, and they just end up breaking and finding the goals. So communication, little slight improvements clearly need to be made, but overall, fundamentally, Charleston seems like a strong team.
Yeah, we're actually starting to see a little bit more of that midfield aggression that we wanted. They're willing to play this ball aggressively in the opponent's half. It's just getting it there that's a problem. And now, I think the one thing they need to worry about is going to be this backboard still. And it's punished yet again. Charleston, they seem to have fixed up their midfield issues, but they haven't realized the one that has scored nearly every goal on them. That's play off the backboard from Colon D. Beautiful stuff from Georgia Tech in textbook Rocket League.
Yeah, and we've noticed that throughout the seasons, right? Is that you tend to have these teams that realize that defensively, they struggle against something in particular, right? Whether that's passing plays, whether that's off the backboard, whether that's just straight up corner shots or fastballs, bounces, like... And once your opposition kind of realizes where the weakness in your defense is, they're just going to keep going for it time and time again as long as it keeps working. And so far, off the backboard seems to be Charleston's weakness.
Yeah, they finally got a member up there, Toch, but he needs to drop down to save the shot. He can't. Oh, it's played out of the goal by Jamaican, but directly off the back of the man who just came down out of position. Toch manages to get a touch on the ball here, but in the exact wrong direction they want to. 3 goals in 3 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock here. Charleston, they're having a hard time with this backboard thing, but honestly, there's kind of a root couple of problems, right? Getting the ball out of your own half, right? You need to get momentum if you want to score goals.
Yeah.
As well as watching their backboard. And then this final one, I think they really need to start addressing, and that has to be how hard they're hitting the ball. They are just booming the ball every opportunity they get. In Georgia Tech, they're just going to keep doing this. Dribble it right back down the field, take an easy counterattack off the backboard, and score goals.
Yeah, no, the transition plays that we're seeing from Georgia Tech, I would be very excited to see this team play against some of the higher echelons like throughout the series, right? And once we get out of this double round robin coming over the next 2 weeks, we should be seeing that. It'll definitely be interesting to see if they manage to keep this up, because from a coordination standpoint, I'd argue that they rival UTA.
Yeah, they look very fundamentally sound right now. Georgia Tech not really doing anything unnecessary here. We're not seeing an RAT-esque playstyle where it's just we are going to bombard you with goals and shots. This Georgia Tech team does not look prepared to be scored on at all. They're playing very, very solid rotations, very just fundamentally not needing to break out anything special. Charleston, though, they finally have a counterattack here, and it's going to be off the corner, dead center, but Colon D beats them to the ball. And now a counterattack again. Colon D looks for the shot. It should go in. Dudat finishes it off, and 4-0. Georgia Tech continue their dominance.
Just trying to see off of this, obviously, because we're in direct cam, it's a bit hard to see sometimes where the rest of Charleston was. Iridium was on the ball, whiffed. We saw Toch trying to rotate, but where...
They were all forward for the attack, I believe.
Yeah,
it was a triple commit.
I could not see Jamaican in that situation. So again, it's them overcommitting and then not being back on the defensive rotation. Once again, here we see it again. All 3 of them went for the kickoff. They managed to rotate back in time this time, but it's a risky play to be taking. Like constantly going for these overcommitments, though.
I think Toch has actually identified this backboard problem, though. He was there to stop both those members of Iridium, challenging early. Beautiful. Charleston, they've solved their issue about playing around midfield. They seemingly have identified their issue playing on their own backboard. Now they've just got to finish off not letting any more of these goals in, and then they can start to look at the other end of the field.
Yeah, Jamaica making a risky save there. I think he thought, well, they're either getting goal 5 or we're not letting them score. So when you got nothing to lose, you might as well make those risky plays, huh?
Yeah, they're either going to score or they're not going to score. And I'll take the latter option any day of the week, Navik. I don't know about you. Toach goes for a clear. He will get a demolition here. 2 versus 3. Oh, but Toach catches a clip of the ball on the rebound. Now it's going to leave a shot open for Duda. Takes it. Iridium plays the ball out. And his touches like that, touches that go straight back into Georgia Tech hands that are giving Charleston so much trouble here.
Yeah, I mean, and this is the thing that Charleston now starting to tighten up their gameplay. It looks a little bit, starting to figure out their mistakes. Like you said, it looks like they've identified the issues that were being exploited by Georgia Tech. So now, coming into game 3, if we just fast forward 30 seconds mentally, coming into game 3, does Charleston come back even stronger?
They should come back stronger. I believe they can stabilize. They've identified all of their defensive issues. There's that one issue, though, attacking now that they're in a position where they can start to look at the other end of the field. I think that they need to solve, and that's getting the ball out of their own half. Whenever they receive the ball, whenever they defend, they are smashing it as far as this ball will go. And they need to understand that every time they do that, Georgia Tech is just getting free possession. They can play this ball slower. Georgia Tech are giving them the space. They are backing away, but they understand they're just going to receive the ball on the other end of the field. If we see a couple just slow plays out of their own half, line up, get somebody to pass to in position, that's when we see Charleston really come alive.
Again, 3 seconds left on the clock. It's mathematically impossible for Charleston to bring this one back. But are we going to see Georgia Tech really try and get a 6th goal here? They're trying to keep it in the air. It actually came down to Charleston ending that one and just saying, look, let's just move on to the next one.
I mean, I really think that's the game plan. Trying to mentally reset as best you can. Focus on those issues is going to be really, really key here for Charleston trying to come back. Of course, it's going to take a reverse sweep, but honestly, taking a game off this Georgia Tech team is got to be the #1 objective. It's baby steps, you know? Before you can run, you have to walk. You've got to take it a little slowly, identify your issues, and then fix them, and then score goals, and then win the game. And each of those is just on the way to Charleston becoming a team that's going to compete really well with this Georgia Tech side.
Yeah, and coming into game 3, this is match point for Georgia Tech. So Charleston need to make some very quick and hasty changes here, right? Some dramatic decision making needs to be had coming into this game if we want to see them take it to a game 4.
I believe in them. I could see a few goals getting scored here. I could see Georgia Tech playing too passively. They haven't needed to make very aggressive rotations. So if we can see Charleston maybe come off with the lead in the beginning, find a lucky goal, or just find a really solid rotation on Georgia, I can see them taking this game. But oh my god, already Colin D dribbles every single member of Charleston.
Yeah, I mean, again, Colin D did it last game. Colin D just did it now. This man is a slippery car.
That he is. Finds the flick over, and in 6 seconds, my god, Navik, this Georgia team is so impressive right now. I can't wait to see what they're going to offer later on in the night when they do take on Lafayette. That's right now. They've got more goals to score up against Charleston to really seal this one out. The game's not over yet. Off the backboard, though, that has still been punished repeatedly. They've left their own goal open. Iridium looking to tie the score up in Charleston. Find their first game of the night and a little bit of redemption here up against Georgia Tech.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a good start. That's what we need to be seeing out of Charleston immediately here if they want to keep it going.
I mean, it is a massive momentum boost. Coming scoreless off of 2 games really hurts your mentality, but 1 goal, we've seen many teams turn around off it. Teams like Niagara, teams like Siena, these teams that really need the confidence to be going their way in order to win 50-50s against teams like Georgia Tech. They need every last goal. There's a shot, though. It's dangerous from Toach, and it's going to be right out to do that the save goes. 2-1, Georgia Tech reaffirm their lead.
Yeah, I mean, and there you go. Georgia Tech take it back. It's interesting about that goal with Charleston if we rewind just a second, though, right? Because I think that came from Georgia Tech being slightly overconfident and kind of whiffing on defense entirely, right? I think they were landed by surprise. So if Charleston can continue to kind of play on that, we might be able to see a couple more goals coming out of this team.
I mean, there's no room for complacency here in Rocket League. And Georgia Tech, they've had a little bit of a gut check. We've seen a lot of teams really get away with that. Maybe a missed shot from the opposing team. But Charleston is going to take every opportunity they're given. By no means is this Charleston team going to be making simple mistakes. They're just being played out a little bit faster, a little bit more competitively here by Georgia Tech. But when Georgia Tech does make a mistake, I can promise you Charleston will be there every time to try and make up on it.
Yeah, and this is the first time these schools ever played against each other. I had a bit of a conversation with Georgia Tech prior to the game, you know, as I like to do, Dor. And, yeah, they'd said the only team they'd ever played against before was Florida State. So, both of their matches today will be first times for both teams.
Oh my goodness, Toch is doing some crazy stuff off the roof. Iridium will relieve him of his duties, though, here. Do that. Place one right on out. In Georgia Tech, for coming into a game knowing nothing about a team, they look like they've got Charleston downloaded right now. Absolute dominance in the ball control. But here we go. Charleston, that's what I want to see out of them. Even if it's going to go to a Georgia Tech player, I want them to be making smaller passes out of their own half and not just trying to bang the ball down the field. And you can see already this team improving significantly. I can't wait to see what they have for us in their next match later on in the night.
Yeah. Coming in to roughly halftime into the round. Charleston have ball possession. They just can't let Georgia Tech take it away as Cure immediately does, as I said, that they shouldn't allow. But it ends up, okay, in Toach's hands. And Toch set this up for his team. That's a good opportunity as he finds the bounce play, even in out 2-2.
Beautifully done here by Toch. Dribbles it past Dudat, who gets a little bit too big for his britches there. And now free shot comes in. Nice flip. Put a little bit more stank on it. Mash it down into the ground. 2-2. Charleston have it tied up, and this is what I'm talking about. The second that they find those plays out of the back, whether it's dribbling up the wall, whether it's passing short, they just need to not be banging it, and they're going to have so much more possession and so many more opportunities. And you see already, Charleston has made the most of every single one.
Well, and this is the interesting thing, right, is, again, they're just finding these surprise plays, but immediately, Georgia Tech claps back.
A common theme here, every time Charleston scores, Georgia Tech shows up and says, anything you can do, I can do better. Put one right on in. Score lead only one, though, with 2 minutes 20 seconds, significantly less impressive than what we've seen out of Georgia Tech in the past. Charleston, they've fixed up those holes in the midfield. They fixed up the hole on the backboard. They're challenging earlier right now. They've got a bit more of their confidence. They realize, okay, this team, it can bleed. We can beat it. And it goes miles right now as the cross is going to come in again. And Charleston have seen more offense in this one game than they have in the entire series.
And now, once again, good clear by Colon D. He's going to look to try and carry it away. Gets saved by Iridium, but Dudat was right on top of it, ready to follow up.
Yeah, double commit here on the save. You have to have confidence in your teammates to be able to save that. When Iridium went up, that was when that one was just curtains. Dudat's going to finish that one off any chance you give him. Now a 2-goal lead here feels infinitely wider for the Charleston side because of just that cushion. It took them this long to find these 2 goals. Imagine what it feels like on their end to have that gap widened by twice the length.
Yeah, I mean, it's now coming in. 1 minute 40 seconds left on the clock. That is an astronomical amount of time in Rocket League, and more than enough time for Charleston to find 2 more goals, though.
I mean, absolutely. They can come at any second here. Charleston just needs to catch this Georgia Tech team slipping right now, but they're rotating 2 members back, and Georgia Tech look like they're trying to play comfortable. Curall goes up high. Nice flip reset on the... Oh, my God, that was gorgeous, Curall. 5-2, the lead reestablished, but this goal is just something of a whole.
That was clean.
Yeah, and then flicks it to the side, not just to maintain the height on the ball, but to redirect it entirely.
Yeah, good stuff coming out there from Georgia Tech, showing, you know, they definitely fundamentally understand the game, if that wasn't proven already. And individually, they can all make fantastic plays. Curl once again. Colon D is going to look up for the shot. Toch manages to save it. Iridium looking to run it down. Colon D is going to be in front of it. Oh, playing it slow. Tries to get it past. Curl manages to get the save. Goes back over. Duda bounces it back. Toch looks for a shot onto goal. Colon D saves it. Back and forth.
I love this from Charleston right now. Yeah, back and forth it isn't. It honestly hasn't been back and forth this whole series. We're actually seeing another opportunity here. Colon D might not reach it. Barely, though. With the flip, he'll put that one back out towards the side. Do that move down mode, which gives the Charleston side a little bit of space to breathe. They need to be careful because this ball is about to cross their goal. It's bounced high. It's in no man's land, and they don't want it there. 6-2. Georgia Tech put what might just be the nail in the coffin in the goal.
Yeah, jumping up there. Like you said, 6-2. I think this may... Yeah, it may spell out a the beginning of the end for this first series of the day. Is Georgia Tech having a 4-goal lead? That's a difficult situation to go through.
Well, here's the thing, though. If you're Charleston, I honestly come out of this match saying this is a pretty good game for you. Yes, you lost. It's unfortunate, but the amount that we've seen this team learn in a single game is actually incredible. It took forcing Georgia Tech into making those individual incredible mechanical plays, because at the beginning, remember, it was just Georgia Tech playing very slowly, rotating lazily. They didn't have to do that much to score goals on this Charleston side. However, now we're looking at a back and forth game where it forces Georgia Tech to really bring out every tool they have in their toolbox to score, and Charleston can be really proud of that.
Yeah, and although the scoreline ended overall as a 3-0 sweep by Georgia Tech, Charleston definitely improved throughout those matches. I don't think anybody can argue that from game 1 to that last game there, they weren't playing like a completely different team. They were, like you said, they addressed a lot of the issues that they had overall. They managed to catch up. They were managing to play at the same speed. I think all that started to lack there was being prepared for those pass plays.
Yeah, being ready for those pass plays, as well as just the raw mechanical skill that Georgia Tech had there. They got real creative with some of those shots. Of course, the flip reset, my God, was that gorgeous. But I can't wait to see more of this Georgia Tech side as well. They showed us some incredible stuff tonight, and I can't wait to see what they do up against Lafayette.
Yeah, next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have Florida State University playing against the University of Louisiana at Lafayette.
It's kind of hard to say the 2 L's in a row. It's like a tongue
Louisiana,
twister.
Lafayette?
Yeah.
The University of Louisiana at Lafayette. Like, I don't know, though. I think you just might be struggling with that one. But, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be hopping to a quick break as we get those teams ready. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting back into this for the second series of the night. Of course, we have Florida State University playing against the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, also known as the Raging Cajuns. That's a very fun name to say.
I'm just imagining a big battle of like really angry Cajun people versus some Seminoles, and it's relatively comedic, but on the field here, we're going to see these teams really face off. Florida State versus UL Lafayette, and it's already kicking off now. Navik, why don't you take us away?
Yeah, coming up here, we have, of course, Florida State in that blue, and UL Lafayette in the orange, starting to kick it off. FSU putting on some pressure. Icarus made clear note that he has his chat off as he gets a pass back to Ghost off the backboard. They're going to be able to find goal number 1.
Yep, and FSU playing the backboard really nicely here. Just going to be applying some pressure to UL Lafayette. Catch them out on a rotation, which is really what you want to be looking for early on in the game. When you can play aggressively and take an early lead like that, I think it's going to set you off beautifully as far as the mental game goes.
Once again, it's one of these things. I don't believe, as far as I'm aware, that these teams have played against each other. You would know better than I do.
I haven't seen much of UL Lafayette, but I've seen enough Florida State games in my time. So these two teams are up for a match. UL Lafayette, they've got plenty on their plate, though. This Florida State team, not an easy one to take out here, but UL Lafayette, they're going to be finding some shots if they can get the ball out of their half. But that's the first thing they got to do. Brockaloo has an opportunity. Can't quite beat Salcedo on the dribble. Will now be played out of FSU territory. Back into the corner. If Jaeger can receive this, it's going to be a great opportunity for his team because they have plenty of boost to work off this play.
Going off once again. We're seeing FSU apply a lot of pressure as another pass play from Icarus goes to Salcedo.
And we're seeing a lot of the same tendencies here that we saw earlier with Charleston from Lafayette, struggling to maintain their backboard control as well as the midfield control. That's where they're losing it. Florida State dribbles it up the side wall. Easy pass plays towards the center are netting them large results right now.
Now once again, we're entering that passive neutral state as, oh my goodness, I thought FSU was going to score a third for a second. There, Lozado goes over to, I believe that's Jaeger.
Now with the ball played out here, Florida State have another opportunity. And I like that they're taking a few different looks at this corner. They're playing it both off the wall, off the corner, and off the backboard here. So UL Lafayette can't really focus all of their attention in one place, but they do have a counterattack. Brockaloo, nice shot, will be saved by Ghost. Now the counterattack here from Florida State, denied by Jaeger. They need to win this 50-50 though, or else it's dangerous territory, and Brockaloo will get there in time to play this ball out.
Brockaloo goes off, gets intercepted there by Salcedo. Lozado has the ball. Goes over to Icarus, playing it slow, challenged by Ghost. Good shot on goal there, gets cleared away by Brockaloo. Salcedo, last one. Goes over, back into that back corner for UL Lafayette. Jaeger has the ball. Needs to live up to that Hunter name and find a goal. Salcedo puts it in.
And good stuff from Florida State, and this is what we see out of a lot of these teams, especially in the first week. We're seeing them get choked out and really just suffocated. It starts out with one push, just a simple play off the back wall. But what these teams aren't realizing is while that ball is going off their back wall, they're losing both of their corner boosts. They're losing a lot of ball possession, and they're slowly just running out. And then after 3 or 4 plays, 3 or 4 shots from the Florida State side, before UL Lafayette even realize it, they're in a world of trouble here, and they've got to start identifying those problems just a little bit earlier.
And now once again, Icarus, shot on goal. Brockaloo manages to save it. We're seeing UL Lafayette start to find some breakaways. Stop letting FSU apply this pressure to them. This is a good opportunity. Jaeger looks for the shot. Can't quite hit his mark.
And there's a few opportunities for UL Lafayette to really shut these plays down, but with another shot from Icarus out of the air, Salcedo follow up, and the goal will be had. 4-0, Florida State do it, and that is a perfect example of what I wanted to talk about here, and that is playing around this midfield. It's been an issue we've seen a few teams have. It happened a lot last night with USC. It's happening tonight with both College of Charleston and UL Lafayette, and that's playing aggressively to play defensively. Stopping these plays isn't just a matter of, oh, just stop the goal, Forehead, just block the shot, Forehead. It is a matter of go to the half and cut the play off at the head. That way you don't have to worry about it coming back at you.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, right? It's like, it's a very good example of when you're ending up playing this higher level Rocket League, is it does come down to not just saving the ball, but completely transitioning and denying the momentum. And if you're just saving over and over again, they're just going to keep taking shots.
Yeah, by the time you're saving shots, you're already in a bad position. You want to be challenging the ball in the middle of the field. That's when it's a 50-50. That's not the shot that you want when you're just defending, trying to counterattack all the way from your half. You can create much better opportunities around the field here. Although they've stopped the bleeding for a little bit. It's center cross from Florida State means it's Ghost into the corner, but it's not quite upper bins. Icarus is going to have to finish it off. And 5-0 is the lead for the Seminoles here as we head into our final minute.
Yeah, I mean, 1 minute left. This is, of course, Lafayette's, first game on stream. FSU were have played with us before. They're familiar to the environment. They're familiar to what they're expecting. So again, we saw it last series with Charleston as they did start to warm up as we saw game 2 and 3. Getting comfortable with everything because goal 6 goes in there. Icarus just gets it off the kickoff.
We'll count that one down to unluckiness from Lafayette. And Lafayette actually have pretty big shoes to fill. I'm sure there is some degree of rivalry between them and LSU, or some degree of distaste, but you can't deny LSU was the team that Florida State took on in the finals of the original Power Series. That was the team that Florida State struggled against 2 times, mind you, and you have to live up to those expectations if you're a Louisiana team.
Yeah, I mean, you really need to be able to, and with a minute left on the clock, it looks like game 1, those expectations are going to be crushed just a little bit, but I am excited to see the Raging Cajuns come next strike in game 2.
I'll tell you what, they're going to be coming back with a vengeance. They sure are angry here after getting 6-0'd, maybe even 7 here as Ghost puts in a final nail in the coffin. There's 40 more seconds, Navik. Florida State can still play with their food just a little bit here.
I mean, and this is a good learning experience here for Lafayette, right? It gives them a chance here if they're smart about it. It's going to play slow and just watch what FSU does. See if they can figure out a point of weakness coming into game 2.
That's the objective here. They've got a good opportunity to do so, but counterattack from Salcido is dangerous. Even up against 2 members, these Florida State players are very, very potent with their dribbles and just keeping this pressure on. You see Ghost playing pretty much ball chase, but in the opponent's half, he's allowing his 2 teammates to rotate back and go get boosting. He's bought a lot of time by doing that, which again, time off the clock is money, and the shot from Jaeger is not there. Now off the wall, Salcido searching for an 8th goal of the night, but the ball should just come down onto the ground, and 7-0 will be the scoreline that Florida State takes in game 1. A very, very impressive start to the day for them.
Yeah, that's a very one-sided score overall. You can't really beat around the bush in that situation. But, again, the Euro Rocket League, we've said it once, we'll say it the next 100 times. Coming into Game 2, the University of Louisiana at Lafayette do not need to worry about those 7 goals, as it's going to be the beautiful 0-0 coming out and giving them an opportunity to really bring it back.
Starting to feel like a bit of a catchphrase, but yeah, 0-0 is what they need. When you have that many goals against you, when you have all that time on the clock to really try things and figure out what's working pressure-wise, Lafayette actually managed to figure out a little bit of what worked. They got to put a few attacks on, even if, yes, they were shut down in 50-50 by Florida State. Lafayette is slowly putting together this puzzle of, okay, what do we need to do? We need to be challenging aggressively when we're playing out of our own half, but what do we do whenever they go on the counterattack? And the answer to that, which is really the question for them right now, has to be A, rotate back quicker, have more members ready to do so, and B, have a member ready to challenge at midfield whenever the opposing team is counterattacking. And I think that's going to be the key here to Lafayette really stopping this attack from Florida State.
Yeah, but coming into this next game here, I suppose we'll see if they're able to take those changes and, take them with stride, kind of pay attention to what they need to be doing, or if FSU continue to just play so very well and again just be able to apply the pressure.
And you know what, FSU are applying the pressure in spades right now. Lafayette still on the back foot here. Good save by Jaeger. We'll go out to Brock Galoo. A great opportunity for them to take a counterattack, but the ball's played a little bit too high. This is going to be challenged early by Lizardo, and that's what I'm talking about. I want more plays like that from this Lafayette side. Yes, he whiffs the ball, but it could have been a beautiful shot for them, a great chance, and they need to keep taking those.
No, absolutely. Jaeger here. Touch. Recentered. Back. Corner. This is good pressure coming out from UL Lafayette. Good touch from Jaeger once again. Icarus is going to find the save. Lizardo is going to look to intercept it onto Ghost. Both team captains there going a bit head to head. Jaeger gets it past Icarus. Ghost is going to find the connection though. Take a shot onto goal. Lizardo tries to save it, but he just could not get there in time.
And well placed here by Ghost, I've got to say. That was a very good choice in positioning on the goal. Good mechanics to get it there. He recognizes where the player on the left is coming from. Brockaloo was going to be the first one to reach the ball, so he puts it on the far right side and nearly is saved by the Lafayette player. However, it was just barely good enough there from Ghost as they're going to start off this game 1-0.
I mean, still better than what we saw coming out of game 1, right? Where I believe FSU scored in like 11 seconds. You know, bringing that down to a minute. That's a significant increase. And we are seeing good plays. Like, look, there was a bit of a double commit there, which is questionable at best at sometimes, but they managed to save the ball at the end of the day. Now, finding a rotation, finding some offense. Ghost is going to go get it over to Icarus. Icarus actually misreading that situation. A bit of communication breakdown, possibly. Coming out from FSU. These are the moments that the Raging Cajuns need to exploit as Jaeger finally hits his mark and puts one in.
A really unfortunate attempt there from Florida State. There's been 2 members at the ball, but it stays perfectly still because of a great attempt from Lizardo at the 50-50. And that's what you want to be seeing. When they're aggressive in the attacking half, it's going to create a lot of opportunities for them. They've just got to figure out that defense. And right now, it seems like Florida State have them downloaded.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to get it off the kickoff there. I wouldn't say Florida State hasn't downloaded. There was just a bit of miscommunication as they double committed for the boost there. They didn't think it would come back quite as quickly as it did. But I definitely think there is a situation here where we see UL Lafayette taking the game.
Yeah, it's only going to be a couple goals, and they could actually see it be within range. Florida State, as solid as the rotations have been, you can see 1 double commit on the defense, and UL Lafayette will punish them for it. They've got to be careful. Sending Ghost and Icarus back here will be played out after a double commit. It's a little bit dangerous territory as the ball's played back center. Salcido there to receive. Now just calmly playing it out of his own half. Brockaloo, good touch, plays it back across the field to Lizardo. And this is where I wanted to see UL Lafayette start to play the ball more. Right here in this midfield, just challenging all of these, not letting Ghost and Icarus, who have been up there all the time, just take the balls for free.
It goes to the good touch there, gets it past UL Lafayette's attempt. Lizardo steals it away. Good challenge. Ghost looking to put one in. Goes off the backboard. Icarus is ready to go off the rebound, putting it straight back in. UL Lafayette just not really ready for that.
I think FSU really returning to fundamentals here. Playing that backboard, playing the pressure, forcing out a mistake from Lafayette. And like I've said before, really just suffocating them of their resources before taking that shot that you decide is going to go in. And now with the 3-1 lead, after UL Lafayette have scored their first goal of the night, that really starts to feel a little bit more demoralizing. There's plenty of time to come back in this game, but they've got to start figuring it out now as we're approaching the halfway mark.
Yeah, coming in, we are of course hitting that halfway mark. 2 minutes 30 seconds left on the clock, 2 goals down. UL Lafayette can definitely make the comeback. They just need to start tightening up their game, finding these follow-ups, finding these transitions, the conversions to come out of them. And again, they have the makings, and I say this, there's so many teams that I feel like are on the cusp of like having the penny drop and just becoming absolute ridiculously skilled teams, but sometimes they're not just quite there yet.
Not quite, but ball's coming down here for UL Lafayette. They've got a shot, but Icarus with a great save there. Florida State managed to hold on to that lead a little bit longer. Brockaloo challenging in the midfield. Again, this UL Lafayette clearly learning their issues. Salcido redirects, but instead it's straight back for their goal. Icarus will get rid of it promptly here. Jaeger, again, another contest. And UL Lafayette, they're starting to feel themselves. They're starting to get that confidence back. And I really like to see that out of the team, especially after you just took such a hard loss.
You know, absolutely. And I think that is what it comes down to, right? Is staying positive, keeping up the gameplay, trying different things until you find something that sticks. Because sometimes it is just a matter of throwing everything at the wall, right? The whole kitchen sink, and just seeing what works.
Oh, it's dangerous territory here for Florida State, though. Lizardo on a counterattack, looking for the back of the net, but it's going to be shut down promptly here by Florida State, who now are on a counterattack of their own design. Ghost off the back wall, ball centered. Lizardo looking for the clear, but Salcido, he was waiting for it. He'll just play backwards, though. Patiently wait, take some time off the clock, go for the air dribble. Jaeger shuts it down, though, off the back wall. Icarus, good touch out. And this is what we wanted to see at a few of the other teams earlier, is just take your time on your counterattacks. You've got it, and that's what it nets you. The pass up to Ghost, beautifully finished. A great team play here by the Florida State.
Yeah, and I mean, that's going to put them up to their 4th goal. It's a classic textbook, right? Just midfield, straight over, center it, set it up for your teammate. The old 1-2. 3 goals up, 40 seconds on the clock. It's starting to look a little dire.
Looking scary here for the UL Lafayette side, but a significantly better scoreline than we saw in the second game. So already, I've got to say, a much improved Lafayette are coming in. I can't wait to see what they offer up here in game 3. This one's not over quite yet. Salcido's going to have a shot. And Florida State still have more opportunities to really widen this goal differential. Try and put more on the board and up that, because remember, it will be the top 2 seeds from each group moving on into that final tournament. So everything counts here. It can be a close game. There's only 2 weeks of matches. We could see it come down to just goal differential.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely more than likely what's going to occur in a few of, like, the 8 groups, I believe.
Yeah, a lot of teams showing up here, but right now it is all about this Florida State side. They are putting in some work right now. UL Lafayette slowly crawling their way back into the series, though. 4-1 significantly improved from the 7-0. They figured out a lot of their mistakes, and they're starting to play more aggressively. They're feeling themselves. They've got the key pieces there. Now it's all about execution as we head into the game point.
Yeah, coming in, this is, of course, Florida State's match point. They have the opportunity of just taking the series in a 3-0 blowout. But we still get to see more of this UL Lafayette team, as they are also playing next game door.
Yeah, it's hard, though. We've seen teams do this before. Come off of a loss and then move in to a team that may be just as challenging, if not more. They're in Georgia Tech. UL Lafayette, they've got to either maintain their mental game throughout this or really find a win here and find some momentum in order to carry that over to the Georgia Tech side. But for right now, they're in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, and I mean, this is it, right? Coming into this last game, like you said, a little bit of trouble. We know that there was a bit of a power issue for UL Lafayette before the game, so I don't actually think they had a chance to play some warm-ups, some ranks, kind of get in the thick of things, which I'm absolutely sure FSU managed to do. But what a fantastic start, as Rockaloo just manages to set that up and then rotate himself for the rebound. He one-man arm beat himself.
Yeah, gorgeous shot, upper left, bins right where he wants it. UL Lafayette, I mean, you mentioned them warming up. I think they're warm, Navik.
Yeah, they're looking a little spicy, huh? Again, Jaeger, saves it away. Coming into that defense position. This is the first time that we've actually seen UL Lafayette have the goal lead. So, are they going to be able to carry this momentum? I guess this is the moment where we see if they're a momentum-based team as well.
Yeah, I mean, clearly they've managed to hold on to it, but Florida State, they've created opportunity after opportunity for themselves. They're going to punch right on back, 1-1, even up the scoreline here. Navik, there's still 4 minutes and 30 seconds into this game. We are not long in, and so there's something that I really want to think about is, how long can Lafayette do this? Are they a team that can maintain momentum for a long time? Was it just a fluke goal? Was it a nice little bit and it's going to carry them for a while? Or are they going to continue to implement these fixes that we saw in game 2?
Yeah, I think that's a valid question, right? Are we going to see them continue in this? Because at the moment, FSU, I think they were a little bit surprised, taken by surprise by the sudden speed that UL Lafayette decided to start up with. And
I mean, it's something that we talk about all the time. It's momentum. I mean, they come out of game 2 already improving. They say that in the comms. They start getting in their heads. And right now, Florida State need to put that end to it, and that's going to do it. Ghost finds the cross in and will put it into the back of the net here. And that repeated pressure that we talk about all the time here with the Florida State team. It is solid attacking rotations, creating a boatload of pressure here for the Lafayette side.
Yeah. 2-2. Oh, sorry, 2-1 on the side of FSU. I've jinxed it there as well. Now 3-1.
Ooh.
I mean, and this is looking so good
This is actually a really good dribble here from Icarus.
Yeah.
So look at this. He baits it out. All right. He doesn't flip it forward. He doesn't go for the speed. Backs up off the ball. And that is almost going to guarantee him a win on that 50-50. Really, really smart Rocket League there. Oh, no. Is he going to do it again? No way. Flicks it this time. Goes high. Brockaloo with the save, though. Good stuff here from Lafayette, but they're not out of the woods yet. Ball's down in front of the goal. Lizardo with the save that comes down the way of Icarus, trying to keep this pressure on for Florida State. But as the ball's played out, Salcido, he's got to be careful. He's passed it right on to Brockaloo, who's trying to create a shot opportunity. Icarus plays it back out wide. Salcido with the whiff here will come down to Icarus. He's going to play it slowly down to Ghost. And now this is where FSU, they start to put on the pressure. You see them intentionally playing the ball off the back wall, just trying to create that pressure. And UL Lafayette, they don't quite have an answer to this yet.
No, and it's one of those things where I'm not sure. I didn't actually specifically ask. All UL Lafayette did say is that they have 3 players. We haven't even taken into consideration, Dor, that they might not have their starter. This might be their substitute they managed to get to play.
It could be. We could see a UL Lafayette that aren't quite at full power. But right now, they've got this game to worry about. Well, I'm sure we'll ask that to them during the break, because they still have another game ahead. They're halfway through this one. At game point, 2:40 on the clock. Florida State bombarding the backboard, and they're going to do it again. These passing plays are just so consistent from the blue side right now.
Yeah, I mean, and this is the thing, right? Is
Oh, the bump!
All of the teams that seem to be shining at the moment are the teams that have communication down. And I think me and Meet and Greek the other week touched on a bit, and it's like you can have 3 of the best players in the world. They're obviously individually going to be like super talented and set each other up to a certain extent. But if you have a bunch of, you know, decent, like, grand champion players, still good players communicating, they should beat them out every single time.
Yeah, and it's something to be said, especially for how long these Florida State players have been together. They are just going to string together combinations, but that's a solo play for the night right now. Nice double touch off the back wall from Icarus here. Makes that lead 5-2, which is starting to feel pretty tough for UL Lafayette. Definitely not out of reach, but definitely a very, very rocky road ahead.
Yeah, I mean, now once again, 4 goals. It's 30 seconds ago is actually kind of cushiony. Like, obviously it's not ideal, but it's better than 10 seconds ago.
Yeah, as we approach that 2-minute mark, it's going to be exactly that. Right now, though, they haven't managed to get the ball out of their half, and Florida State has been playing very, I don't want to say dirty Rocket League. Obviously, there's nothing wrong with demolitions, but they have been bumping and beating and bruising UL Lafayette right now, realizing, okay, yeah, you want to start taking the ball away from us, we're going to take your cars away from you.
All right, so I did just get confirmation, by the way. There is 2 substitutions. There's 2 subs playing on UL Lafayette at the moment. So this is not even them playing with their starters. And we're seeing good potential. So I'm actually unbelievably excited to see how this team plays when they've got all 3 of their starters on.
Yeah, I think it's really unfortunate for them because they've got the back-to-back games here. They're going to have a hard time getting players in for the second one if they can at all. Because right now, they're just worrying about Florida State. They've got a minute left on this clock. There's more goals to be scored here. Just wide, though, off the post. Icarus tries to slam it back in, and the Florida State pressure begins again. Good ball possession here, played back to Ghost Brockaloo. I like the attempt at a 50-50 here from UL Lafayette, but they've missed 2 of them right now, and Jaeger has to be the man to buy them time. Will do so. Plays it out center. Icarus misses a flip. There's a great opportunity for UL to put another goal in, but Lizardo just can't reach around the ball.
This is interesting. Okay, but now coming in, looking at this team, on the earlier bit of the series, of course, the series is about to come to an end, but coming into the next game, the next series against Georgia Tech, this is really interesting because now we're aware this is 2 of their subs. So next week, this could be it will be a completely different team because they'll have 2 of their 3 players be completely different people.
Yeah, it's going to be a whole nother dynamic right now, but you spoke about the next game up against Georgia Tech, and while I think Lafayette may struggle a little bit here up against the Georgia team, I actually put them in a better standing than I would at the beginning of the day because A, they've had time to warm up, and B, they're past that stage of the game where you really see teams trying to figure, not necessarily one another out, but figure out, okay, what are we doing in this tournament right now? Because a lot of these start off with very defensive rotations, very slow play, just playing very fundamental Rocket League, and that's exactly how this game started out. But Lafayette, they had time to get that out of the way. They've found their stride, and I think they're going to do significantly better here heading into Georgia Tech.
Yeah, so I think this is an interesting one. I think Georgia Tech, if I was to compare Georgia Tech to FSU, if I was to rate either of them, I think from what we've seen out of Georgia Tech, they probably have the slight edge, which I know you're going to disagree with me with.
No, I'd agree with you. I actually believe Florida State and Georgia Tech have played each other relatively recently, and so I think the edge does go to Georgia Tech.
Right, okay. See, I was unaware of that. I think just after those games that we had seen. And I think that's the interesting one. So it's going to be very odd to see how UL Lafayette managed to play against this team after getting 3-0'd whilst having 2 subs. It's a very difficult spot. And you know, I like to talk a lot about these teams' debut games, right? But this doesn't feel like the debut for the Raging Cajuns. This feels like the debut at the moment for their subs, which is not a bad thing, but it's not. You have starters because they are typically your most well-rounded and mechanically best players.
I mean, I'd agree. UL Lafayette, they have more to show at these players, but I've got to say, their focus can't be on that. You can't go into next week saying, oh, well, we didn't have all our players. You still have those losses on your record.
No, absolutely.
You still, and that's going to matter so much when it comes down to that final seeding after these 4 weeks. It's going to be a tough time for them to make up for those. And so they need to look at this next game, not as, oh, we are going up against this giant Georgia Tech. They need to say, we are going into this game, we are going to play better than we did up against Florida State. We're going to continue to improve, and we're going to take down this Georgia Tech team. I don't see how you can do it without that kind of mentality.
No, and I do definitely agree that they need to come into this next game with a positive mentality. I suppose you could definitely take what I just said and extrapolate in a very doom and gloomy sense. But what I'm saying is that I'm excited to see this team play when they have their starters. You know what I mean? Like, because there's definitely potential there. I see, even with their subs, you're seeing good coordination, you're seeing good teamwork. Just mechanically, it might not all be there. So the fact that their subs play to that level really, really intrigues me to see how their starters play.
Well, we'll have to wait just a little bit to find out. But for right now, we're going to have to do a short break while we get Georgia Tech versus UL Lafayette lined up for our 3rd game of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, keep those butts and those seats and those eyes on those screens. We'll be back with you in just a moment.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back getting this next series underway. This will be the final series for me casting tonight before we get Cool J on the microphone. This, of course, is Georgia Tech playing against UL Lafayette, the Raging Cajuns.
Are you sure you have to go anywhere, Navik? It's not like it's 2 a.m. your time or anything.
It's getting there. It's not quite as late as it usually is, but I don't think anybody in my house appreciates when I'm shouting at 3 in the morning. Oh,
Let's play a
dear.
shout out here because Georgia Tech are going to take on an improving UL Lafayette. UL Lafayette looking to take on a team of relatively similar caliber to Florida State, who they just played up against. And I mean, already starting off, it's been 30 seconds and they haven't gotten scored off. We're already seeing improvement from the previous series.
Yeah, and I think we were talking a little bit, before we went for this set to rotate over, and if we were to compare Georgia Tech against FSU, Georgia Tech arguably is the better team, so it's definitely going to be interesting seeing how it comes out. What a save from Lizardo there. Are they going to be able to find the breakaway here to alleviate the pressure, though? It looks like they are going to be able to. Gets it over to the sides of Georgia Tech. We've seen Georgia Tech play earlier today. They managed to take their series 3-0 as well, so...
Uh-oh, this is scary.
Ooh. Yeah.
Dude, I got a touch on that. That could have been cash money for Georgia Tech there. They've got another opportunity here. Colin D going to drive this one up the wall. And it's slow controlling play. It's what we saw last series, actually, from Georgia Tech. UL Lafayette not really forcing them into that mechanical hole quite yet, but Georgia Tech are going to be just fine without needing the flashy plays. A great cross there and good communication, calling out Dudat, telling him to be ready for that one. And with 3 minutes, 38 seconds on the clock, UL Lafayette, they're going to be down one, but I definitely don't put them out of this game yet.
No, I mean, this is an absolutely phenomenal start, and this is what I was touching upon earlier, right? Is like, this is with 2 subs, and they're still a formidable team. Like, their aggression may not be absolutely perfect, but defensively, they seem pretty solid. Although, as I say that, Cure, I think they thought that was saved on the demo, but he just got the touch as he got demoed, and then it was like, oh no.
Yeah, that is a lot of players in one place, but I think the big thing it boils down to, actually, is the double commit from UL Lafayette, punished by Georgia Tech. 2 players went up for the ball, but only one came out with it, and that was going to be Curel, who's going to be turning this game into a bit of a 2v2 right now. Georgia Tech back on the defensive, and UL Lafayette showing similar promise to the previous games, but they've got to start finding the back of the net right now. They seemingly have a lot of their defensive issues buttoned up. They're getting scored on, yes, but definitely not at the same rate that we've seen in games prior. Definitely not getting scored on in very simple ways. Georgia Tech is having to reach into their toolkit just a little bit to force out goals here. And so UL Lafayette, now they've got to look towards the other end of the field. Look for more passing plays out of the back like that could have been. It was a great attempt there from UL Lafayette. And I imagine a few more of those and we'll see one connect.
Yeah, no. Coming into the almost halftime for this first game, the Raging Cajuns are looking strong. Like, of course they've not scored, but it's also not 7-0.
Yeah, it's definitely much closer than before. Lizardo playing aggressively in the other half tells me that this team is still in it mentally. They've still got gas in the tank, and it could be a goal. Great save from Colin D, though, after 2 attempts at the shot. Will be holding on to Georgia Tech's 2-0 lead. Oh, Dudat off the top. Waterfalls down. It's going to be a great pass to himself as a 3-0 lead is taken at 2 minutes and 13 seconds left. Georgia Tech, they're looking really solid, and they're just doing what they did against Charleston. They're only really needing those fundamentals to score, and I'm waiting to see UL Lafayette do the same thing that Charleston did and just force them deep into that mechanical playbook.
Yeah, and I think this is interesting because when you compare like Georgia Tech to a team like RIT, right? They're fundamentally, if we were to compare their individual skill level, I'd say pretty much on par with each other, right? But their play styles are so astronomically different, where Georgia Tech strikes me as a team that seems pretty reserved, right? Like you said, they're only really striking when they need to or see opportunities and playing on the opposition's mistakes. Whereas RIT has this aggressive nature of constantly just striking time and time again until they just break through the defense. And so it's so fascinating seeing every single team play in such different ways, because when you think about it and boil Rocket League down to like a fundamental, it's cars hitting a ball. But there is so much depth to this game, and it's always so much fun seeing how people get how creative people get with these things, and do that puts in the 4th goal.
Yeah, Georgia Tech, like you mentioned, they're not playing like an RIT. RIT, notably, just the eater of new teams here at EGF. But Georgia Tech and teams like UD, teams like UTA, yes, we may see high score lines out of them, but they do it in a completely different fashion. They are much less aggressive. They just stick to fundamentals. They want to just guarantee their wins against teams like UL Lafayette, where they know they can just play simple fundamental Rocket League and look to win the game.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where again, you'd think the idea is super duper simple, and I'm sure Psyonix thought so as well when they originally made Supersonic Acrobatic powered battle cards, but it's really grown into something else.
Yeah, so much mechanical depth here, but oh my god, the flip reset, do that! Don't deny him every shot, it was so beautiful!
Good
Oh my
save.
god, Georgia Tech shuts down all the hopes and dreams of UL Lafayette, and a beautiful pinch off the back wall here. It's actually going to be a very scary opportunity for the side of GT. Just waiting for this ball to drop down, but Lizardo will be there for the save. UL Lafayette have another chance at redemption here, another chance to dribble this ball out of the back end of their field.
And once again, got on D. Get it away. Jaeger gets a good touch, pinches up into that center field. Lizardo tries to bump, do that. Whiffs it though. Good setup coming out for Georgia Tech. We've seen this time and time again. This is exactly where they like the ball to be. 10 seconds left on the clock. It looks like it's a done deal for them, but they're going to be looking for that 5th goal for that score differential.
1 second on the clock. This ball should come down, and we should see Georgia Tech take this game either 4 or maybe even 5-0, considering how this cross is going right now. Ball's up in front of the goal. Jaeger looking to put it down. Colin can't reach it quite in time, and 4-0 will be the scoreline for the first game here. Lafayette, right, looking a lot better than the previous game, right? That one started out 7-0, took it to 7-1 in the second game. Bad times all around. Starting off 4-0 here is definitely actually within reach for a team like UL Lafayette. In fact, Georgia Tech actually did the same exact thing to College of Charleston, starting out 4-0 and then moving on from there.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, right? Because it just goes to show that each game they are improving significantly. I think it's as they kind of start to feel themselves out a little bit, kind of figure out where things need to go, the pieces of the puzzle. When you're playing against a key team like Georgia Tech, when you have players like Cure, Do That, and Colon D specifically, considering all 3 of these players are making their debut today, Colon D just seems mental.
Like, I mean, all 3 of these Georgia Tech players are clinical right now. I mean, Curl has been aggressive in the air. Colin D has been making some beautiful passing plays on the ground. Duda has been a striker there for pretty much every single pass. This Georgia Tech team really is a nice little mix of everything.
Yeah, no, they're really, really showing what they can do and performing, and it's really fun to see.
That it is. But as a new game, and a Navik always says, 0-0. The score's reset here. UL Lafayette, they've got opportunities. In fact, that shot's going to be another one playing off the back wall here. They're going to start to pressure down and force the rotations out of Georgia Tech. And while suffocating a team like Georgia Tech away from their resources is very, very difficult, it is a doable way for UL Lafayette to try and take a win here. But Curel on the counterattack after the ball gets tossed up repeatedly in front of the Louisiana goal. It will be saved.
Now, once again, that first one. It takes about, you know, it takes a little while into it. 42 seconds into that first minute. What do we see out of UL Lafayette? Like, they're improving with each game. I imagine if we had put Georgia Tech against them game 1, like before they had that game against FSU, we may have seen double-digit scoreline. So it just goes to show how much they've warmed up and how much they've learned in such a like short, like 20-30 minutes is not a long time, but they're improving significantly.
I mean, you see they're taking shots there. Jaeger with one onto the goal here. They're getting attacks in. The counterattacks, though, from Georgia Tech have been absolutely deadly right now for them. It's 1-2 plays off the backboard, and then that goal is just wide open from UL Lafayette. So I think they need to start worrying about their defensive rotations when they're coming back from the attack. But the fact that we've even gotten to this point, we're talking about Lafayette even attacking, is a huge step up from where they started out.
You know, absolutely. Do that. Goes over to Lizardo. Good clear coming out from him. He's going to look to try and follow it up. Cure goes up, steals it away, sends it into the corner. Do That was already ready to find that touch as well. That was some good reads, some good trust.
Oh, it's a good chance
there. And Lizardo puts it in for 1-1.
Lafayette, even up the scoreline here. There it is. So, actually, you mentioned Dudat being in position for it already, but it was basically a secret double commit there by the side of Georgia Tech. Yes, one was up on the wall. They weren't quite in the same place, but they were effectively both out of position there. Leaves the goal wide open, and the aerial goal is found for UL Lafayette, and an even scoreline, something that they haven't really gotten to see this series.
Yep, 3 minutes left on the clock. All they need to do is not let Georgia Tech score, which is definitely easier said than done. Sometimes, Dor, you definitely wish it could just play better, you know? And you say that and you suddenly start to play better, but you got to put in the work.
Just hit the ball, forehead.
Yeah, exactly. Just score. It doesn't quite work like that, as we're hitting the halfway point for the second game, Georgia Tech being one up in this best-of-5 series.
All right, Georgia Tech, they're looking to reposition here, and I've got to say, I want this to be a gut check for Georgia Tech. I don't want to see them get complacent. I want to see them continue to try in these games, even if it means that you have to play like you did against Charleston, even if it means you have to reach into that toolkit. I want to see a very competitive Georgia Tech team that's going to appear as a threat versus the other challenging teams they're going to be facing, because this first week really is a show of how much skill do we have. You know, yes, all of these really solid teams are probably going to be winning their matches, but they also are showcasing themselves to the teams they're going to be playing up against. And so Georgia Tech, yes, they're going to win games, but they're also not looking the most dominant right now.
And now, once again, do that. A bit of a pinch situation there. Gives Colon D an chance to break away as he dribbles it. Jagan with the save. Is Kyo going to be able to put it in off the backboard here? It looks to try it. Goes over to Colon D. Oh, that was looking like we almost saw UL Lafayette manage to make the save. And then Colon D came in. Look how happy he is as he puts it in.
Yeah, Kirill had a good touch off the backboard there. Actually, really tricky angle to put anything onto the ball. Nearly gets it in on his own, but Colon D will be there to follow up. Jaeger, he's got a great opportunity to shot, but Kirill is going to beat him to it. Oh no, Doodad's up in the sky already. The pass goes in. He drops it beautifully redirected into the goal here. Watch this. Kirill goes. Doodad, absolute mock speed heading up at that ball. Gets there just in the nick of time to lengthen this lead by 1 goal.
Yeah, now once again, entering 1 minute and 34 seconds left on the clock. We've still got another game after this as well.
Oh no, do that so early. Finds another goal here onto the UL Lafayette side, but this dribble is more than just that. Lizardo loses the 50-50, actually gives him a little bit more height on that ball there. 1 minute 30 seconds remain. It's 3 goals the difference. It's doable here for UL Lafayette, but honestly, it's starting to feel like, okay, how do we look in the next game? I don't want to see them have to play like Charleston, really wait until game 3 like we've seen a lot of these teams do. I want to see them turn it around now. Whether it's in the last 60 seconds, whether it's in the last 30 seconds, the momentum for next game starts in this game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Now coming, 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock. Where do we see this one going? Do we see UL Lafayette managing to find the next goal? Or do we just see Georgia Tech continuing to apply pressure, continuing to find goals? Looking a bit more like RIT as the series goes on.
Yeah, you can tell they really come alive once they start getting challenged just a little bit here. This Georgia Tech side says, okay, it's time. We're bringing out the style, we're bringing out the mechanics, and we're going to try to 1v1 you every opportunity we get. And then they start to combine that with their team plays, and they become a real force to be reckoned with. UL Lafayette, it's one thing to be able to answer team play. It's one thing to be able to put yourself in the correct position on the field to shut down plays early. It is a whole other thing defending 1v1 and just saying, you know what, I'm going to put my raw mechanics up against yours. Hope you're ready for it.
Yeah, I mean, 30 seconds left on the clock. Again, it's one of those things where it is just contesting these 50-50s, and you need the confidence to do that when Georgia Tech is playing up as much as they are.
Louisiana, they've got another opportunity here. They'll get a play out. Brockaloo looks to get this one into the opposing half, but Kirill shuts it down in the midfield. Georgia Tech has been beautifully playing around this center line, not letting that ball ever pass it. The rotations come through. There's always a man to receive whatever rebound comes out of the Lafayette half. And with 1 second gone off of the clock here, 5-1 looks to be the scoreline, but the goal differential pretty much exactly the same from game 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to make it so that we see Georgia Tech moving into a match point situation. Can UL Lafayette take a game off of them? Even better, can they reverse sweep this? I think that's a difficult ask. You know, it's the little goals.
I mean, I think a game win from UL Lafayette, right? In my head, the way it plays out is they find a goal early, they solidify it with a second. Odds are Georgia Tech are going to find some way to put goals in. And so It may need to be a quick set of rapid goals from Lafayette so that they can get a little bit comfortable, but they do need to continue the stream of goals. I feel like 2 goals early is definitely not going to beat a Georgia Tech side, nor can you defend forever against a Georgia Tech side. You need to take a lead, and you need to be able to hold on to it, whether that's by defending or scoring goals yourself. I think it's definitely the latter.
Yeah, and I mean, now we're moving into it once again. 5 minutes on the clock, 0-0. As you say, it's starting to become my catchphrase. But it's true. There's not really a way to explain Rocket League better than that. It's a good mentality reset to have. Now, once again, good clear coming out from Jaeger. This is an opportunity. Opening up. They just need to get it past Colon D. Man, you know, that name is both hilarious and infuriating. Could you imagine that just saving the goal over and over again? You know, it's...
He's just smiling at you,
He's just smiling constantly.
Feels like he's looking at you funny, you know?
You know, he's just happy. You score, he's smiling, you know?
The unboomable mental. The man can last forever. Look at this. He gets blown up. He's still smiling.
He's still smiling. He's happy days.
Oh no, it's not Lappy Days. It's going to be Lafayette. Do that. Off of 2 whiffs here from the side of Lafayette. Look, Jaeger off the wall. Unlucky to not get there. The goalkeeper not there in time. And that's going to be an early lead taken by Georgia Tech. Yes, it's a little bit later than we've seen in the other games. But UL Lafayette, it is so much more for them to have to come back in a game than it is for them to start off in the lead. And I feel like that's really how these match-long comebacks happen, is you start off with the lead. My God, Dudat is doing everything in his power to stop that from happening.
Yeah, once again, do that. Touch. Drops down. 2 goals up, coming out for Georgia Tech. Just over a minute into this first series as well. They got plenty of time.
All right, Lafayette. Line for the kickoff. They will take a pretty rough loss here because any amount of pressure that Georgia Tech get is almost guaranteed at this point to find themselves in a bad position. Brockaloo, I'm actually really interested to see who actually got that boost pad. That's going to matter a lot going in this, but it doesn't look like it's a Lafayette player. If he can't apply that much pressure, he's flipping all the way back to his spawn, which means that Georgia Tech are going to have a great opportunity at the counterattack. Lizardo immediately shuts it down. The ball's above the goal. Do that. Touches it out wide. Good defense here by Georgia Tech. Pinch off the wall here. Cure-all's up, but Brockaloo will stop it. There it is, demolition. 3 versus 2 now for Georgia Tech. But Jaeger, this defense from Lafayette, it's becoming ever bolstered here as the series go on. You've got to score goals, the orange side. You've got to put them in the net. The Raging Cajuns need to find that 7th gear. They need to find that little bit of extra oomph if they want to take this game away.
Yeah, and I think sometimes it is just reaching deep, right, into that mental reservoir, kind of unlocking all the potential of the brain, as the joke used to be, and just going full 5 head on these situations. Now, Jaeger gets it past 1, the bump on to do that. You know, this is the aggression. I don't think they should be embarrassed or like any sort of concern sometimes about just getting down and dirty and just throwing some cards at some other people. Bash them away, find openings, make openings if you can't find them.
I'm honestly a big fan of this. It was something that we saw RIT do against University of Delaware in the semifinals of the Founder Series. But when RIT went behind, they just said, screw it. We're just going to blow them up repeatedly, turn the field into a war zone, and all of a sudden, those fundamentals become really hard to hold on to. It just becomes mano-y-mano, but right now, mano-y-mano, Colon D is going to be winning all those 50-50s in the air.
Yeah. Now, once again, Georgia Tech up 2 minutes, or up 3 goals, 2 minutes left on the clock. My brain just completely flipped the script on myself.
Yeah, 2 minutes on the clock, 3 goals in there. I know you've got a few things backwards across the pond over there, but I promise you, it's 3 goals in 2 minutes, Nevik.
It's 3 goals. Yeah, you're absolutely sure. I trust you.
Well, now it's 4, but Georgia Tech are going to find the goal one more time here. Plays off the backboard, and that one really felt forced in from Georgia Tech. They just jammed 50-50s in repeatedly until it worked, and you know what? That will happen in front of the goal. If UL Lafayette can't find ways to win these 50-50s by playing a little bit quicker on the reaction, it's going to be a bad time. Broccoli, though. Brockaloo, rather, is spinning around in his own spawn, and I'm curious to see what this UL Lafayette side has left in them after so long of rough games.
Yeah, coming off again. Into the goal. I mean, the pressure being put on here by Georgia Tech. A lot of back and forth. 1 minute 20 seconds. It's one of those things. There's a lot going on at the moment. There's Raging Cajuns try and put pressure. Do they find this? They are going to find goal 5 here, though.
Georgia Tech searching for a bigger scoreline than they may have seen all night. Let's check what they did against Charleston. 4-0, 5-0, and then a 6-2 game. So goal differential-wise, this is the biggest thing that Georgia Tech has seen, actually. And I think that's because they started to kick it into that mechanical gear a little bit earlier. Now, this actually raises a question for Georgia Tech. Will it take a team starting to contest you before you do that? Because you're going to come up against teams like FSU in this bracket. They're going to be trying to come at you with everything they have from the start. And there we go. UL Lafayette, they're going to punish the over-aggression. 5-1, make that scoreline a little bit less daunting here for them. Of course, not getting shut out is going to be super key for their mental game. And I think it kind of shows for Georgia Tech that there's definitely some holes there. And if they don't find that way to kick it into a higher gear without being forced to, I think they're going to struggle against some of the better teams.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point overall, and I think analyzing that and like addressing that now will be interesting to see when they do play against those higher echelon teams. But as of right now, you know, I don't think we've seen the full potential come out of Georgia Tech right now. I'm going to be honest. I don't think they're finding themselves pressed.
No, I don't think we've seen it, but I am worried that it's going to take a team beating them in a game for us to see it, if that makes sense.
Right, okay, yeah. Yeah, no, I can see what you mean. But like almost a sense of overconfidence and not, you know, just so used to it. Yeah. But that's the interesting thing about the double round robin group stage coming out, is that these teams are not necessarily they're not all of the best like teams have been shot into the same group, right? Like any tournament, the seeding is kind of been spread out to try and get like, you know, the best playoffs and things. That's how tournaments are made by design. So it's almost expected, you know what I mean?
It is, but I think as well, we mentioned not seeing all of Georgia Tech's potential, but UL Lafayette still playing with 2 subs here. They've got a lot of potential in these upcoming weeks, and I've got to say, with 3 solid players, this UL Lafayette team could look to go far.
Yeah, I mean, and ladies and gentlemen, like we said, that's Georgia Tech taking that next series. We're going to hop to a quick break as we try and sort things out here. I will be hopping off the mic, and we should be getting Cool J, Sam Raby, to come join us. And by us, I mean myself, or just Door, not myself. You know what? I'm just going to cut to a break, ladies and gentlemen. Everything's falling apart. It's a train wreck. We'll be back momentarily.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the EGF Power Series and welcome back to our final match of Group 5 and for Group 5 of the night. It's Charleston taking on Florida State University here. I have been left by Navik by the wayside, but nonetheless, Cool J has come to join me on the cast. How are you doing, Cool J?
I'm doing great. Looking forward to this match, and we are getting underway. As you mentioned, Charleston versus Florida State, and early on, Icarus, he's letting us know that his chat is off, but the demos are on. 10 seconds in, and so far Florida State going for some ball control here, getting an early play. Icarus flying through the sky off the back wall. Salcedo hitting it towards the goal, just off target, but Icarus luckily there to finish it off.
Well done there by Florida State. Florida State, of course, coming off of a solid win against UL Lafayette earlier. Meanwhile, Charleston took a very, very hard 3-0 loss playing up against Georgia Tech. So Charleston searching for their first win of the night. Florida State looking to continue their dominance. We'll see on the pitch here. Charleston, the biggest thing they did during their previous game was adapt. They forced Georgia Tech into that final gear to finish off this series, and I want to see them be able to do the same thing against the Seminoles.
Yeah, and a chance towards the goal there doesn't quite go in for Florida State, but you yourself, Dor, have a particular connection to this Florida State team, and I'm wondering if you can give us maybe an inside scouting report on what to expect.
I mean, Ghost and Salcedo both are looking to play relatively aggressively, get some aerial passes going here in the offense. Florida State looking to step as well on the gas pedal pretty early. They're not like a team like Georgia Tech where they need to be provoked before they really kick it into high gear. They're looking to score goals, and they're looking to score goals now. Pressure the backboard constantly and just suffocate you out. Charleston, they already went through that though with Georgia Tech. I'm sure they know what to expect, but can they handle it? No, says Ghost, who finds a shot in the middle of the field.
Yeah, in that one, yet again, Charleston just kind of left scratching their heads. They were just out of position. There were two players in the area, but unfortunately not going to make it work. Ghost with another shot on goal. 2-0 lead now for Florida State. They're looking to increase it. Early on, they're playing incredibly well. Iridium, though, coming in for a solo play. Salcedo deals with that shot pretty easily. Toch is going to bring it back towards the middle, but nothing doing. Back in control for Florida State.
Now that they're 2 goals up, Florida State can look to play very controlling right now. Salcedo, though, still going for individual plays. Nearly gets it. 2 shots had here, blocked by the goalkeeper. Will be a demolition as the counterattack looks to come in. Charleston immediately shut down. Now 50-50 loss. Will send the ball into midfield. Iridium trying to gain some control of it here, but he's struggling. Icarus waiting for the right time, and now it is. He goes to the dribble, fakes, wins the 50-50. Ghost is up, looking to dunk it off this back wall, play it down to a player. They can't find the connection on the ball that he needs. Now centered for Salcedo. Icarus needs to play a little more carefully, and now you see Florida switch into this much more controlling style where they just want to keep the pressure on, take the boost away, and play some solid fundamental Rocket League.
Yeah, the fundamental Rocket League indeed, and they are controlling this pitch. The ball is made its home here in Charleston's half, right outside of that goal line. Florida State wants to keep it. Ghost again playing it into the corner, setting it up for Icarus, and Icarus flying through for the score.
Man, I've got to say, every single time this ball even crosses the face of the goal, Icarus or Ghost has been there for it, and it's a consistent mark of progress here for Florida State, leading this game 3-0 as we head for the halfway mark. Charleston, they've got a few things they can fix, though. They can play more for their boosts in the corner, so they're not getting beat out, not getting boost starved. As well, they can look to play their own back wall, something that we saw them struggle with earlier when they were defending against Georgia Tech. They let that go, and Georgia Tech was punishing them massively because they effectively had this free place to pass from.
Yeah, Icarus getting a kind of a rare mistake from him there, and that actually gives Charleston an opening for some ball control to bring it back into Florida State's half. Playing aggressively towards this ball. Gizmo and Iridium trying to do a set play right there, but it just doesn't quite work out. Now Icarus with the air dribble, bringing it back the other way. Gizmo going to get the interrupt. Salcedo with a mishit is played into the corner, but there we go. Ghost in perfect position to bring the control back for Florida State. Icarus, though, doesn't want it to last very long. The South Sea, we're going back and forth right now, and it's a little bit of chaos.
I mean, Florida State is just relying on really solid rotations right now in order to maintain this goal lead. Charleston, they're struggling to find an opening. A lot of the times when we see teams get beat in a relatively dominant fashion, there will be some sort of cockiness coming out from the opposing team. There will be a mistake made that Charleston can look to highlight and punish, but Florida State, as opposed to trying to get more aggressive right now, they have just focused on keeping their rotations, making sure they have players back to play defense, and focusing first on not getting scored on by the Charleston side, which makes it all the harder. Salcido, how on earth, lobs one over, finds the 4th goal on the board for Florida State, and that gap gets even larger. And like I was talking about, Florida State, they go back to fundamentals, they start playing more towards that midfield, more for their rotations, and then it's less will Charleston be able to find the opening, and it's more so will Charleston be able to create an opening here against the Florida team.
Yeah, and that one was really unfortunate. All 3 members of that Charleston squad back to try and stop that goal, but none of them were quite able to. And I think you're absolutely right. I really love this play style from Florida State, tightening things up. They're still putting the pressure on, but they're not playing hyper aggressive. They are content to sit back and take this 4-0 win. They were even, in my opinion, content to take the 3-0 win. Icarus coming off the ceiling with a shot on goal, dealt with pretty easily that time by Charleston. But again, 3 goals, 4 goals, it's a pretty hefty cushion for this Florida State squad, and they're really content to just try and force Charleston to make something happen.
So now with 20 seconds left in this game, the odds Charleston comeback are slim to none here. They're using this time to talk about what can we do better in the next game, because they don't have much time to react in between them. This is the time to figure out, okay, where do we want to play? Where do we need to look to apply pressure in order to shut down this Florida State team? And I'm going to ask you the same question, Cool J. Where do you think Charleston needs to look to put a little bit more pressure in order to stop these goals from being bled out?
I mean, honestly, that's a really difficult question. Florida State so far has really just seemed like the better team mechanically compared to Charleston. Even when Charleston has the right rotations, sometimes they're just not making the plays. And that's a really rough realization to come to. But ideally for Charleston, they can keep playing the fundamental plays, keep making the right plays, and hopefully they'll be able to make it happen this time and not have those misplays.
Well, I think a really important part of that is going to be coming off into a strong start here in Game 2, setting a good record, setting a good pace for the remainder of the game. Going even or even falling behind a team like Florida State is going to make this game infinitely more difficult than starting out with the lead, maybe trying to hold on to it, score a couple more goals off of over-aggression from Florida State that might come out when they go down in goals.
Yeah, and now we are underway. We'll see if Charleston can take some of that advice. They are getting some early aggression here. Iridium coming into the corner. Toach going to play it off the wall, but it's played right into the hands of Florida State. Iridium with a shot on goal, but it didn't quite work out that time. Gizmo there for the save. He's bounced into the corner, set up for Salcido, and yet again, just off target. Icarus now coming through for the 3rd attempt. Florida State relentless with these shots. Finally, Iridium able to play it back into the other half, force a reset of this offensive rotation. Oh, almost. The interception from Iridium, almost scoring, but it just bounces off the corner of the crossbar. Gizmo now taking the ball, Toach into the corner. He's got it. He's faked out Salcido, but he can't fake out Ghost. Iridium, though, with the air dribble shot towards the goal, easily dealt with by Icarus, and now we shall see Charleston still trying to set up some offense here, but Florida State looks like they're ready for a counterattack.
They are. Iridium, though, put the stop to that one relatively quick. Icarus bings it right back into the Charleston territory as the ball slides across the net here. Gizmodo will put the wall up, stop that ball from going anywhere right now, and Icarus is trying to play this midfield really aggressively, and eventually, if he misses one of the 50-50s, if he fails to get there in time, it could be a rough situation for this Florida State team if Charleston can find the punish.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough for them right here. Florida State going for some deep aggression. Iridium not getting quite the hit that he's looking for. Ghost now going to take it from him, play it across the center. Icarus on the ceiling, playing it off the wall next to the goal. Salcido with the shot and the finish.
Quality stuff here from Florida State. What we've seen from the first game, though, would indicate as such. Now looking to try and amp up the pressure. Florida State, I don't think they need to be comfortable with this lead right now either. A 1-0 lead isn't all that much. You've nearly been caught off your line a few times here by Charleston, and I honestly want to see them continue to turn up the pace and turn up the gameplay. They need to find that extra notch that Georgia Tech were able to in their game here against Charleston and really shut them down late game.
Yeah, we've definitely seen some real opportunities for Charleston, but Florida State knows how to capitalize. Ghost getting a great score right there off the assist from Icarus. And yet again, look at these set plays. Charleston, I want to see them challenging those passes. If they're going to let those passes go free, they're going to let in a lot more goals from the Florida State offense.
There's plenty of time to try and figure it out with 3 minutes remaining on the clock, but nearly another goal scored on them. It's a close call here for the side of Charleston. Icarus continuing to apply the pressure here to the Charleston backboard, continuing the pressure. Shot one, looking for another one. Salcido just making sure that ball doesn't leave the Charleston territory, keeping them on their toes. They can't escape the woods right now. Icarus looking for a cross center. This could be dangerous from Ghost.
Yeah, Salcido with a shot towards the goal, but Toch dealing with it pretty well. Ghost is there in the midfield to cut off the counterattack, and it looks like Florida State's coming back for another run at it. Icarus with an amazing shot, but Iridium in the last moment going to get that save, and that's actually huge for Charleston as he's bringing it back the other way. Icarus in the midfield yet again, though. Florida State controlling this midfield area, really keeping Charleston out of their half. Finally, Charleston able to break through, and now they're looking for an attacking run of their own. Salcido comes flying through for an incredible challenge, and he's going to win it. Ghost bringing it into the corner, set up from Salcido, but no one across the middle to finish.
And now Florida State, they need to just look to play that controlling game again. I feel like with the risks that Charleston are taking, you can catch them off their line and score some relatively easy goals, but you need to return to that same form that you were when the series started. And now,
you might see one right there.
That's exactly what I was talking about. Charleston, they're getting aggressive, and yes, they're starting to feel themselves. Yes, they're starting to feel like they're playing a more even game, but what they don't realize is that their rotation back is not in the right position. Florida State punish them for it in a 3-0 scoreline at 1:41. Charleston are feeling the heat.
Feeling the heat indeed. It is a hot one today for Charleston playing against these Florida State Seminoles as they're continuing to push Icarus off the side wall. And now Ghost, and this is really where Florida State is going to be wanting to play throughout this match, controlling this midfield. I've said it so many times, but really Charleston doesn't have an opportunity because every time they try and bring the ball down the other pitch, on the other side of the pitch, there's just someone there from Florida State to knock it right on back.
And I've got to say, up against these teams, not only is Florida State playing for the victory, but they're also playing to really show off against a Georgia Tech team that looks very threatening. Wow. Ghost air dribbles the ball all the way in. It stops right on the line, but has just enough forward momentum to finish it off. There it is, flick over. Save nearly had there after it's pinched off the post, but it wasn't enough to keep the ball out of the net and force goals to 0. If they can find one more, Florida State will actually have matched the first 2 games of Georgia Tech versus College of Charleston here, and looking really solid so far in the tournament.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can match that feed right now. Toch trying to bring the ball back the other way. Icarus there in the midfield to cut off that offensive. Gizmo going to win that challenge, and that's a deep hit, but Ghost maybe looking to punish it, coming through the sky for the aerial. Icarus playing it off the side wall. Salcido trying to finish it off. 30 seconds to go now, and with a 4-goal cushion, Florida State is in the driver's seat, and they are looking very comfortable right now.
That they are, but Charleston could look to find their first goal of the match here. All a matter of time. Icarus, though, goes up. Little aggressive there, but he will tie the 50-50, which gives him time to get back here. Florida State getting a little bit risky with it. They don't have a rotation back, but they do have enough shots on goal to keep the pressure onto Charleston right now and maybe try and tie this game up in a neat little bow at 4-0.
Yeah, and that is not where the College of Charleston wanted to be after that one. Now they're down 2-0. They still have yet to score a goal in this series. We are going to have to go to a quick break as one of our players is going to be restarting, having some technical difficulties, but we should be back with Game 3 in a quick second.
And we're already back into the action here as Game 3 has gone underway. Florida State leading the series 2-0 at match point. Charleston hanging on to their hopes and dreams of winning a match today. However, those have been crushed so far. Ghost looking to do exactly that here as Florida look for the counterattack.
Yeah, but Charleston actually going to disrupt it this time. Playing well in the midfield is Iridium to stop that attack. Salcedo trying to bring one in, but yet again, they are there to stop the Florida State aggression. This might be their key, is if they can win some of these balls in the midfield and try and keep Florida State away from this goal, because Florida State is so good. It seems like when they're able to get the ball in front of the net, they're just going to score. There's an opportunity right there, but the rotations are not in. Toch now bringing it down the pitch, coming down the other way, but Ghost is there to stop this aggression, bring it back in. But look at Gizmo playing in the midfield. Salcedo flying through the sky, playing to his teammate Ghost. The give and go. Salcedo back in the middle. Icarus over the top, looking for the score on the air dribble, but not quite gonna get it.
No, but there is a re-attempt here by Salcedo. Nearly dunks it into the goal there. However, Ghost flying high, trying to get this rebound off the back post. Icarus turns it into a shot off the post again. Shot from Salcedo finally connects, and after 3 rounds, Florida State are finally going to put the ball into the goal.
Yeah, and really the big key for me here is just that Charleston could not clear the danger. You mentioned 3 shots in a row. They had opportunities to get a real clearance, but they continued to leave that ball in the danger zone. Florida State gonna...
This is what I want to see out of Florida State. I mentioned it when we were watching Georgia Tech play, that it really took a gut check for them to find that 7th gear, to really turn it on to the point where they were able to dominate later on in the game. Florida State, without having to be scored on, without that gut check, seemingly finding that extra bit of pace, turning up the heat, recognize, okay, you know what, we can play better than this, we can definitely dominate this match harder, and that's what I want to see from them. I want to see that competitive drive.
We shall see Salcedo coming off the side wall, Ghost playing it into the corner off a challenge from Toch. Now Charleston looking to play it back the other way. Ghost here in the midfield, there to stop the aggression, but I love this. Toch and Iridium challenging this ball, trying to keep it in Florida State's half, trying to keep the pressure up. It's still only a 1-goal lead. That is not a very comfortable position for Florida State to be in, no matter how confident they've been feeling. Icarus with a demo onto Gizmo, and that could provide an opening. Icarus playing it over the middle towards Ghost. Ghost on the midfield now, playing it slow. He didn't like that position, but he's trying to keep this ball control, and it's working. Salcedo with a great hit. Toch going to look for the clearance. That's headed towards the goal. In fact, Ghost going to deal with it pretty easily, but now Charleston with an opportunity. Iridium playing it through the center, but he can't quite get the hit he's looking for. Now Salcedo coming back the other way.
So now it's Florida State looking to play out of their own half, the position we're not familiar to having seen them play. But there's one thing I really want to highlight here, and we mentioned it, is about how quick Charleston's attacks are usually over, and that's been because of really, really good boost control and boost usage by Florida State. They're able to rotate so quickly because they're keeping control of those mid pads, because they're keeping control of their own tanks and making sure they have enough to do the things that they need to.
And we shall see if they can keep it going here. Ghost with a pass over to Salcedo. Salcedo off the back wall. Ghost there in the midfield to pick it up. Oh, but is there anyone back? Ghost is going to be there. Toch going for the shot, but Ghost just in time to stop that one. Iridium with a shot, a nice angle there. Can't quite get it dealt with by Icarus. And now coming back the other way. Toch the only one here for the save, and he is going to make the play this time. A minute left, just a little bit more. And Charleston has to make something happen soon if they want to get into this game.
I mean, 1-0 is an improvement here for Charleston, even if it does end this way. But you still got shut out for the entirety of the match, and I can't explain how bad that would feel coming out of your second game of the day. That's not a way you want to end this one off. Good attempt by Iridium there, but it's not enough to end that first shot. And as that horn sounds, it will be the 1-minute timer starting to tick down. The pass goes up, Ghost the man to challenge in on the wall. This is scary coming from a Florida State player that's looking to pass to the center. Iridium plays it right back out. Salcedo to receive here. Maybe rule 1 in the corner, not quite. Salcedo
a little
again,
bit of a rule 1. A little bit of a rule 1. Salcedo with the shot, but yeah, his save early on. Ooh, Ghost hitting that one towards the goal. Gizmo with a challenge, but it is won by Ghost. The ball flying into the air. Salcedo towards the goal. Iridium in position. 20 seconds left now, though, and Charleston with their last opportunity. Iridium coming down the pitch. There's no one back.
Maybe.
Toach with a shot towards goal. It's wide open for Gizmo. Oh, he misses the shot for Charleston, and that might have been their last opportunity of the match. 10 seconds left. Iridium in the midfield. He takes it. He looks for the aerial, but he just flies right past it. Gizmo playing it into the air, but a challenge from Ghost, and now it's going to hit the ground in the corner. Florida State with a 3-0 victory despite Charleston's attempts at late game heroics.
I mean, there's not much to say about that. Charleston, they had their chance. It doesn't get more clear than that. Gizmo, as much as I want to compliment Charleston on being able to create that opportunity, it feels so bad that they were so close, and sometimes the nerves get to you, Cool J. Sometimes you're just not feeling it.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, a difficult day. 2 losses for the College of Charleston. Florida State, though, ending the day with 2 wins. I'm sure you're happy about that one. And we'll be coming back to you shortly with Utah State versus San Jose State. Don't go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the EGFC Power Series. We are moving on to our second group of the night, and that means new teams, new faces. But ladies and gentlemen, it is the same two casters bringing all the action at you. I am Dor, and I am joined by Cool J. How you holding up, man?
I'm doing pretty good. We've still got a great slate of matches to finish out the night. There's going to be action to be had all across the Rocket League pitch, and we shall see how it goes. We're going to be getting into it with San Jose State and Utah State here. Those are some big names, and it should be pretty interesting to see how it goes as we're getting ready for the kickoff.
Yeah, lining up already. I mean, I know it doesn't mean everything, but there's a lot of grand champion tags in this lobby right now, and I'm hoping for some close games. We didn't get too many earlier on in the previous group because Florida State and Georgia Tech were just so monstrous within their own group. But now as we head over here to the Washington bracket, I am expecting big things.
Yeah, and early on, Pulch with a shot on goal, dealt with pretty easily by the San Jose State defense, but still, Utah State pushing early. And now coming back, Toaster flying through the sky with a shot just off the top of that Utah State goal. Utah State trying to bring it back the other way, but they're really struggling to get a hit on this ball. San Jose State playing very aggressive, very well in the midfield early on as DD looking to keep it in their half. Velocity, though, looking to play it back the other way.
Yeah, trying to stop this momentum right now. San Jose are getting circles driven around them right now. Utah's been doing a great job of keeping up the pressure, but this counterattack from DD could be devastating right now.
Yeah, it's Johnny coming into the corner. He's playing it across the top of the goal. Toaster Doggo tried to finish it off, but he just missed it. Now Velocity with a long-range shot attempt. It's Johnny going to be there for the rotations no matter, but Velocity with a challenge on that ball. He's going to win it. However, it goes straight to DD for the San Jose State side, and now in the midfield, San Jose State bringing it back down the pitch. Toaster Doggo with a shot over the goal. Oh, and it just barely skies past Velocity. He was going for the save, but he couldn't quite make it happen. Look at this play, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, great pass, great finish there from the San Jose side. Utah now have to fight back. They've got plenty of time left on the clock. I like what I see from both teams, though. Both teams turning up the aggression, turning up the pace. It started out with Utah looking like they're having a little bit of a rough time here. They might have even more of one as this. Johnny looks to put it in a second. It's on the line, but it finally goes in. San Jose widen their lead by a whole nother goal, and Utah are feeling bad after how close that one was.
Yeah, just towing the goal line for a second there. Heist tried his best to save it, but he couldn't make it happen. And you said it, 2 goals now very quickly. This one was looking close for that first minute, but now Utah State is really on the back foot. They've got to find a way to respond.
That they do. There's, of course, half the game to do it right now, but they've got to start creating these plays. We've seen them operate defensively, the rotations be okay for them so far, but we haven't really seen them have to get creative on the attack yet. And I think that's really going to be the key to finding a goal here, is finding a passing play out of your own half and then punishing an under rotation from San Jose. They've got to stop this ball going into their own first, and Toaster Doggo's got the shot. It's upper bins, and it's going in! 3-0. The gap widens more, and Utah is starting to feel comfortable in this game right now.
Yeah, Toaster Doggo just showcasing more of his skills. Velocity was actually in the goal there, but maybe he thought it wasn't going to bounce in. He didn't even try to contest that one. The kickoff coming through, 3 minutes left to go, 3 goals scored for Utah State. San Jose needs to find a way to bring it.
All right, San Jose looking to bring it home. Oh, the pinch nearly drives it straight into the Utah net for a 4th goal. They'll find a little bit of reprieve, but they're not out of the woods yet here. It's Johnny looking for a cross off the backboard. Toaster Doggo for the redirect, but not to be had. Beaten out by Velocity here as DD keeps the pressure on. San Jose are relentless right now, but Utah State, they're going slow. They've got a little bit of a counterattack, but after losing that 50-50, it's going to be huge. This ball goes right back into the hands of DD. Plenty of time for San Jose to try and recollect themselves, get some boost, and start to play this one real slow and just hold on to their lead.
Yeah, DD trying to play it through. Velocity, though, with a high aerial towards the goal. Toaster Doggo with a save just in time. Heist playing it across the middle of the pitch, but no one there to keep up with that crossplay. Pulch with an aerial demo, but Toaster Doggo still wins the challenge. Velocity bringing it back from the midfield. Pulch with a redirect. Can't quite get it in. Toaster Doggo yet again in position to stop that goal.
Wow, it's been so close, but finally Velocity breaks the silence of Utah State says, we are here, we've got a pulse, we came here to play. And you know what? 2 minutes left. It's not a bad time. We've seen a lot of these teams tonight really struggle to find their footing in these games, really struggle to get any sort of grip before the third and final game when they try to turn it around, but it's just too late. I like seeing this out of a team seeing fight within the first game. I believe they have it in them, and there's plenty of time to bring it back before they've even lost a match.
Yeah, San Jose State, I mean, they did have that fast start, but Utah State with a goal right there, and that might be all they need to open up the floodgates, maybe get some more confident play, get another goal in there. It's Johnny, though, looking for the aerial play, coming through the sky. Toaster Doggo looking for the rebound, and he has it. Oh, but it's saved by his teammate. It's Johnny knocked that one back out of the goal. That one was a surefire score for San Jose State, and you really hate to see it.
Oh, it's not over yet, though. Utah, they can't escape the aggression that San Jose are throwing at them rapidly. And this ball just pinging off the roof, off the walls, but never into that blue end of the field. And Toaster Doggo is feeling real comfortable up front. Going to challenge this 50-50 against Ice. Actually fake it out. Just take free ball control. Nice touch there. Can't beat the second defender. This is a good opportunity for Utah to try and take a shot. It's Johnny. Shuts it down immediately off the back wall. Looking for a double touch. Doesn't catch the ball where he needs to. Now the ball bouncing over. Heist in a bit of a dangerous position. I like the touch, though. Puts it out wide toward Polch. But none of these shots are headed towards that San Jose half. And I've got to say, if you can't start creating something right now with a 2-goal lead, it's starting to look tied up, Cool J.
Yeah, the pressure definitely building right now on Utah State as San Jose State going for yet another attack run. This time well dealt with by the Utah State defense. Now Heist trying to bring it down the pitch. Toaster Doggo well challenged, but Polch, ooh, Didi just winning that challenge just barely, going to give San Jose State more time to get these defensive rotations in place. Toaster Doggo winning that challenge, but Velocity coming back the other way, trying to hit this towards goal. It's bouncing around, but Utah State, there's just no one there to follow up. As the time ticks down, Utah State going to be looking towards game 2, maybe trying to get a consolation goal right here just for their pride, but no, the ball is going to hit the ground shortly. Actually, Paul's keeping it up. No, San Jose State going to take game 1 3-1.
I mean, I'm already loving this right now. San Jose and Utah, they put on a good performance. Utah started to turn it around there towards the end. They stopped the bleeding. They find themselves a goal, and this is at a good pace. They're learning, they're adapting, and I think that they're trying to play faster and catch San Jose off whenever they make a mistake. And as much as I want to maybe dog on the style that Utah are playing, where they try and just hold on to their own goal until they find a good counterattack opportunity, they are being remotely successful with it here towards the second half of the game. And I think if they continue with it and continue to find the same amount of success, we'll see that success continue on into the second match.
Yeah, definitely something to be looking out for, Dor. And I actually agree. I was really just thinking back to the last 3 minutes of that match. It was 1-1. Both teams playing very even throughout that time. If Utah State can keep some of that momentum going, I think they had some early lapses there in game 1. Maybe they just weren't properly warmed up, but game 1 warm-up game out of the way, getting ready for the kickoff, and Utah State going to try and put it behind them and go for the victory in game 2.
All right, as Navik would say, he's here in spirit. The next game starts 0-0, and Utah State are poised to try and take game 2. And I don't think this is a situation where we need to see a team come back after a loss. In fact, I think they're in a position where they're actually just able to win this outright. I think this is more of an even game than the first one. I think we're going to see a much faster start here from Utah, but also San Jose cranking up the speed immediately. Toaster Doggo going up for this, and the pressure has been applied, but they're going to run out of boost if they're not careful. Utah State now on the counterattack here as the ball goes out wide, up the wall. It's an opportunity, but shut down here by DD.
Yeah, DD bringing it back the other way. Velocity, though, going to challenge it, try and keep it in the San Jose State half. Velocity with a demo as well. The short opportunity for the 3v2, but DD is going to break it up, bringing it back down the pitch. Oh, a great pass from It's Johnny. DD trying to redirect, but Velocity with the save. Now coming back fast the other way, and the rotations aren't there. Utah State going to strike first. What a shot from Velocity.
That's what we want to see out of them. Start building that momentum. Start taking this game away. I'm not surprised in the least. They're taking the first goal. San Jose got a little bit comfortable after playing with that 3-goal lead.
They did get comfortable indeed. Striking first and striking fast is Utah State for a 1-0 lead, but 1-0 is not a lot in the world of Rocket League. Toaster Doggo already coming in, trying to make a cheeky individual play. He can't quite fake out all three members of Utah State, but it created a perfect opening. It's Johnny finishing it off the assist from Didi.
That he is, and this is starting to turn into a real match of Rocket League, Cool J. It is tooth and nail for every single goal, and I love the speed and pace that they're coming at. Both these teams flying from end to end, finding the backs of the net, and I am ready for this one to get bloody, Cool J. I want them to go at it, make it a real slobber knocker, and start breaking this one down. As another goal here for the side of Utah.
And I could see that one coming a mile away. The team play Pulch off the wall to Velocity and then down the field to Heist. A quick 1, 2, 3, and they take the lead back.
All right, Utah State. Now they got to hold on to it. We saw San Jose manage to do so in the previous game, manage to stabilize and shut down the opposing team. Utah, if they can't manage to do exactly that right now, I suspect that it could cause a problem for them in the future if San Jose can learn to adapt. Right now, though, it is all about this Utah side, and they just have so many opportunities on this net right now. Counterattack, though, for San Jose could be bad, but it's just playing back and forth, then the ball gets stuck in the middle of the field for a little bit until one team just breaks away and finds the back of the net.
And we'll have to see if that breakaway can come in soon. Pulch now playing it off the sidewall, going for an aerial hit. His teammate Heist there in position, but Didi with the challenge, going to break up that offensive attempt. Velocity trying to center it back for his teammates, and he is successful, but no one's there to follow up on it. Didi going to play it now into the midfield. Heist going for the challenge, and the ball is popped up into the air. Pulch going to bring it back down towards the ground, and Didi now breaking up the offensive momentum yet again. It seems like he is always there in position to stop these pushes from the side of Utah State.
Yeah, you can stop all the pushes you want, but you need to score goals right now, and DD is the man to do it off the back wall. No double touch had Velocity. Touches out. Toaster Dog is going to have a hard time deciding where to put this one. In fact, puts it right into the hands of Velocity, trying to find the cross, and it will go in. It's Johnny, needs to clear this one out. Opts for the dribble, gets it past one, but can't beat Velocity, who plays it back to the center. Toaster with the shot. Heist can make the save. Now the pressure's on for Utah. They've got to get out of their half, or at least buy time to grab some boost right now. Otherwise, they're going to be in a world of hurt as the shot comes in from Toaster Dog. Oh, it misses! And Velocity's able to play it out. Now it's all on Utah to try and turn this into a goal.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea how that even happened. An incredible save, perfect timing from Toaster Doggo on the backflip, and now coming the other way is San Jose State. Didi and Velocity, look at them driving together on the wall. Velocity perfectly body blocking Didi, keeping him from going back down towards that ball, and now Utah State trying to bring it back the other way. That is a huge brain play from Velocity.
I mean, the block comes in, but it actually keeps both of them out of the game, so effectively a 2v2. Oh my god, Didi! Oh, he finds the bump! Oh, the goal is wide open! Didi takes a shot and then cleans up, sweeps away the goal line, and makes it a goal here for San Jose to tie the game up. Look at that bump. Beautiful.
Yeah, perfect breakdown there, Dor. Didi just going to clear Heist off the goal line, make it a nice, easy open goal for his teammate. That's some good team play coordination. Now with a little bit over a minute left to go, tied at 2-2, or maybe we could even say it's 0-0, but Velocity, he doesn't like that scoreline. He goes for a shot. He can't quite make it happen, though. Now it's Johnny bringing it down the sideline. He's got it on the pitch. He's gotten it past Heist. He's looking for more. He's bringing it in the corner, and Pulch is there to save it and bring it back the other way now. He's looking. Is his teammates there with him, though? DD always there, the stalwart backline to stop the push from Utah State. Velocity playing in the midfield, looking to stop this aggressive clear, but it's played far too high over his head. Pulch now on the back line. Can't quite have it. He has it taken away by It's Johnny. Toaster Doggo over the middle with a shot towards the goal, actually going into the corner, a little bit off target. Pulch with the demo, and Didi is going to challenge Velocity in the midfield, and it's challenges back and forth. I love the aggressive play from both sides. These aerials, no ball is going unchallenged. Both teams want this victory here in game 2. 30 seconds left to go. We are still tied, ladies and gentlemen. And Toaster Doggo with a shot towards the goal. DD looking for the redirect. Can they find it? No! Heist is just there in time to break it up, but the danger is not gone yet. It's Johnny over the middle, trying to hit it, but yet again, Heist in the perfect position to stop that chance for San Jose State. With 15 seconds left to go, San Jose State is in attacking position, but Toaster Doggo just can't get the ball into the goal.
They've got to be careful here, though. They don't get caught off in over rotation. 2 members desperately running back here, needing to stop this attack from Utah, but the cross will come in. Toaster cleans it up. Heist to put the ball down. It is in no man's land here. Dead center of the ball. Inevitably touches the ground. Cool J, let's head into our first overtime of the night.
Yes, overtime indeed. My favorite word in esports. We shall see how it goes. Velocity bringing it into the corner now. Setting up Price. Is it the quick? Incredible team play right there. Look at this pass from Velocity where only his teammate could get it, and the perfect redirect from Heist. Nothing the defense could do about that one.
I mean, what a shot. There's no way to put it other than that. The redirect was absolutely gorgeous from Heist. Steals away a win from San Jose State University, who now are tied up in the series. The first non-3 game series that we've had tonight, and I can't wait to see this go the distance because I would not be the least bit surprised to see it go to game 5.
Yeah, both teams fighting tooth and nail for the win in game 2 there as we're looking forward to game 3. What are you expecting? Do you think that Utah State will continue their rise, or do you think that San Jose State will find a way to bounce back?
Yeah, I actually think the styles dictate that USU is going to continue on their run right now, but there's some things that San Jose can fix up, namely their defensive rotations. They just got caught off their line a lot of times by passes that were moving quicker than they were, which means that if you're getting passed around, somebody is not rotating correctly. They're not in the right position to intercept the pass. Because that ball is going to move so much faster than your car, you need to be in the correct place to receive it, and you need to be in the correct place that you're going to outpace your opponent to it. But the defense for USU or for SJSU is really what's letting them down right now because of those under rotations.
Yeah, but I will say at the same time, I think that relentless aggression is what is helping them get ahead. And look at this, the cheeky kickoff goal from DD to start off this match. Is that a new EGF Power Series record? Look at that clock.
1 second?
1 second from this mad lad. That's a new EGF Power Series record, ladies and gentlemen. The fastest goal scored. And both teams were kind of surprised about that one. Some good sportsmanship. Heist typing in the chat. He is congratulating his fellow sportsmen. But make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, they'll still be fighting hard for this victory as Pulch challenging in the midfield, bringing it in towards the goal. DD, though, there for the save.
Now just waiting here to get this ball out of the back, but it's a struggle right now. It's going to be San Jose still with some solid ball control. 4 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock, though. We saw Utah hold on to a 1-goal lead for a good while in the previous game. San Jose, they've proven they can hold on to a lead as well. At this point, it's a matter of Utah are going to have to, at some point, change up their game plan to get more aggressive, take more risks. And at what point do you do that is the question.
At what point, indeed? Toaster Doggo tossing it towards the goal. The save from Pulch. DD now trying to get some ball control. He's able to fake out one member of this Utah State defense. DD playing it in the corner. Toaster Doggo with a shot. Oh my goodness. It all happened so fast.
In the blink of an eye here, San Jose see a 2-goal lead, and it only took 3 for them to win that first game. In fact, they could have lasted on just the 2. And so, honestly, looking like a replay, Utah, they're having a bit of trouble getting the ball out of their own half right now.
And we shall see the kickoff happening. Yeah, definitely having trouble getting out of their own half. San Jose State has been controlling the ball, and this is what I've been talking about. Their relentless aggression, it kind of forces Utah State to play hyper passive and really punishes it even a little bit. As Utah State looking for these counterattacks, but there aren't any opportunities. As long as San Jose State can keep winning in the midfield, which with DD playing the way he's playing, it seems like they can. then it's going to be difficult for Utah State to get anything going. Heist now, though, trying to prove me wrong, bringing it down the pitch. Toaster Doggo going to deal with that aggression, but the ball has not been cleared. Pulch far down, and look at this play. An incredible goal from him flying in from center field.
All right, Utah start their rise back here, looking significantly improved right now, and I like that they're able to make the most of what few opportunities they have. Being able to finish the ball is going to be one of the more important things when you're playing down, especially when you're playing for these counterattacks like Utah are. They're honestly looking more so at a playstyle like Game 1, where they're playing for these quick opportunities, but now, actually, they're seeing them turn up the pace. They're getting aggressive with it. They're mixing their styles from the previous 2 games, and I think it might catch San Jose off guard here if they're not careful.
Yeah, I think San Jose has proven they are good enough to adapt, but Utah State switching up their styles like this is going to make it much more difficult for San Jose State to predict what will happen next. Didi there going in for a shot attempt. It's pretty easily dealt with by Utah State. However, the danger is not gone yet. Finally, a clearance from Velocity. Didi, though, with a perfect controlling touch, passing it over to his teammate. Heist challenging, though, and Toaster Doggo gets caught out. He's actually bringing it back down the other way. Pulch with a clearance, pushing it into the corner. Velocity missing the aerial that time. That could prove costly as Didi trying to bring it back down the pitch. It's Johnny is there to pick up on the challenge from Heist. He's brought it over the center. Toaster Doggo trying to get it into the goal. Oh, no! He couldn't quite get it in.
Yeah, and Heist is going to steal this one away. Nearly nags a shot as well for his troubles. But as a halfway mark ticks over, Utah even up the score line. And right at that 2-minute mark, the score is tied 2-2. All right, we're back into this tiebreaker situation. Utah have the momentum headed their way. They've made 2 of these counterattacks massively count. It hasn't taken multiple shot opportunities to say what it is for San Jose. What do San Jose do to change the way they attack and start to guarantee these goals more?
Well, I'm unsure what to tell you, but I can tell you that Velocity and Heist were getting ready to score again. Look at this incredible pass from Heist and the redirect by Velocity, bringing it into the bottom corner of the goal and taking the lead for Utah State.
That's just what they need here. San Jose looking like they're running on fumes right now. That steam starting to come out of their engines. And Heist, if he can find another goal here, dare I say it, that could be it for San Jose. They look like they're struggling to keep up with the pace of Utah right now, but if they can find a good shot, even up this scoreline, I could see this game turning right back on the save. No, it's not had. Toaster Doggo from across the field here puts one into the back of the net.
Absolutely ridiculous stuff. Heist thought that he had the save, but no, it was just not meant to be. Toaster Doggo there to finish off a rebound of his own shot. Now tied back up at 3 indoor. I'm feeling some deja vu because I've just been in this place before.
That's indeed, but oh man. Okay, dangerous shot there. Heist turned around but saved by his teammate. Now looking for Utah to play it out of their half. They broke the tie before. They're gonna look to be the ones to do it again. And I've got to say they're in a good position to do it. They're playing these passing game really well. They're playing their positions extremely well. San Jose have found a few shots, but Didi with the save and can't find the second one. Pulch combines all the pressure put on by his team prior and makes it count. 1 minute remaining on the clock, but San Jose's one goal could not feel any closer.
Yeah, Utah State just continuing to push the envelope. San Jose looked so in control earlier on, but Utah State now in the lead yet again. Velocity playing it off the corner. That's a shot attempt. It's Johnny is there to deal with it, and he's now trying to bring it back down the pitch. Pulch misses the challenge, and now Heist is the only man back. He's playing it into the center. Velocity there on the rotate, and they might have dealt with this danger. However, it is still not out of their half. San Jose still have a chance to play on this ball. Didi with a shot towards goal. Pulch flying in at the last second, able to get the save. Now he's bringing it back down the field. He's playing the control. He's trying to figure out it's Johnny. It's Johnny gets a successful challenge though. Velocity playing it off the wall in the midfield here, trying to get it towards San Jose State's half, trying to increase Utah State's lead, secure this victory in Game 3. But San Jose State bringing it back down the pitch. Pulch the only one back to deal with this aggression. He's able to fake out 2 members of San Jose State. Toaster Doggo comes flying in though. He is the last line of defense, and he's able to bring it back in for another attack run.
All right, 20 seconds on the clock. We're starting to get to that point where every single one of these matters here for the side of San Jose. But We've got to get this ball at half first. Trying to figure out how to work it out, but in that time, Heist is sneaking on in and stealing himself away another goal and maybe even this match. Cool J, Utah State, after losing game 1, come back with immaculate form here in game 2 and game 3, looking significantly better and looking, for the biggest part, consistent.
Yeah, this has been a great series back and forth so far. San Jose going down in another close match here in game 3, but we've seen them show it. Velocity just adding another one on there for style points. Look at this one. He's just gonna tap it right in there.
All right. 6-3, as unclose as it may seem, and as demoralizing as it may be for San Jose, if they can disconnect that thought right now, just look to this next game, I think it's just as close as this one. Honestly, the game was one apart for the longest time here. I think San Jose have it in them. It's just kicking it in that extra little bit of a gear and making those defensive rotations go faster. It's the same issue that they had in the second game, haunting them here, and it is what Utah is abusing. They are just constantly barraging the ball at the back wall, not even at the goal, just waiting for the wrong rotation to come out and then putting the ball in the back of the net.
Yeah, playing this patient style of Rocket League has been working out well for them. They've adjusted really well to San Jose State's play style. We'll see if San Jose State can make some adjustments of their own. And my question to you is, what do you think some of those adjustments will have to be for them?
I mean, I mentioned it already. The defensive rotations are the biggest thing in making them faster and cleaner. Keeping up with Utah State is one thing in the midfield, but it is a whole another ball game when it's in your own backyard, when it's right next to your goal, and you've got to be making save after save, and you're scared that you're going to be overcommitting those players, that you might accidentally send too much at the ball. But at the time that we're at right now, I don't think San Jose are putting nearly enough pressure on Utah whenever they're defending.
And we'll have to see if they can bring the pressure up. I agree with you. I'd like to see them challenge more of these deep passes, more of these clearance plays, more of these attacking plays. We'll see as the kickoff getting going. Utah State stumbled in game 1, but now looking at match point, San Jose State has to find a way to fight back.
All right. Score has been reset, so have these grudges right now, but I want to see San Jose come off to a really strong start here to bring this series into game 5. Toaster Doggo has a shot, but it's not the touch he needs onto the ball. It gives it enough time for Velocity to come snag it away. Heist off the wall. Nice touch here. Back out. One more will deny Toaster Doggo from the shot that he was looking for, but Pulch has finally some real semblance of control. This ball pinging left and right around the midfield, though, I've got to say, favors Utah. The second they get control of this ball, I feel like it's going to be a disaster for San Jose.
It could be a disaster indeed. They just did get control, but Didi there in the midfield to play it back. We talked about how important the midfield is for San Jose State. It seems like once Utah State is getting into the threatening zone, it's really difficult for them to get anything done. If they can keep it in the midfield or in Utah State's half, they'll be much more successful. Utah State right now on the defense. San Jose State's strategy is working, but Heist gets a nice clearance, and that actually could end up being a goal. He comes flying, he misses. Pass it. Flossie coming back for the save from It's Johnny. Oh my goodness! Back and forth, San Jose State. They are just doing their best, and it's working out.
What on earth just happened in front of the goal? Utah have messed up massively. San Jose have come in the most clutch we've seen them all match here, and at the perfect time here at match point. Utah State have them up against the ropes. San Jose are really playing for their lives right now, and it looks like it the way they're going at the ball.
And we shall see Velocity now trying to keep the pressure up, playing it into this danger zone. Heist going for a challenge, but it's won by Toaster Doggo. Toaster Doggo gets challenged by 2 members of the Utah State squad, but that leaves an opening for It's Johnny to fly in, playing it across the middle. What a shot! What a score! Didi gonna tap it in and take that score away.
All right, San Jose, we see them with an early lead for the first time in what feels like forever. Now can they hold on to it is the question. We saw Utah State run it back in games before. We've seen them come back. We know we've got it in them, but the question is, will San Jose continue their dominance? I want to see them hold on to a lead. I want to see them maintain their play style and not slow down at all just because they're up a goal.
Yeah, we see a clearance there. It's Johnny is sitting in the midfield. He's hoping for his teammates to bring it back. Velocity missing the aerial. Pulch not going to do the same, playing it over the middle. Velocity yet again. He had a chance at a redirect. That could have been a goal for Utah State, and these mistakes are going to be the key to the match for these guys, but Velocity finally finds a way to get it in.
And he doesn't here, right off the wall. Good pinch by Heist. Free ball in the middle. Miss by Didi, notably there. And then the shot is all but free for the side of Utah State. Now making their way back across the field. We're back at an even scoreline, but there is half the time in this match. It's either get aggressive or go into overtime for the second time here for San Jose. And honestly, I don't think they like that second option.
Yes, indeed. A lot of time left to go, but I agree. I think that overtime is not going to be a good option for San Jose State. And we shall see Velocity with a shot, with a save of that shot. Utah State still struggling to clear this ball, though, as San Jose is having such great control over the midfield. Toaster Doggo with a great challenge, and finally, Velocity able to break through, bring it back down the other way. Only for it, Johnny! Oh no! Oh! All the way across! Heist is not able to get there. The rotations were just not there. Velocity with the whoops in the chat. He knows he messed up, and that was incredibly long range, and that one's got to be a dagger for Utah State. 2 minutes left to go. We'll see. They have to score 2 goals now if they want to get back in it.
I mean, there's one thing you say if you're San Jose State now. It's, we take those. You take those. You take a lead with 2 minutes left in the game. Now Utah have to play aggressive. They've been doing it all game. I believe it is 100% possible for them to score this goal, but they've got a 1v1 on the other field. Oh, this Velocity gets this. No, he's beaten out by It's Johnny. And now Heist, it's his turn here to try and win over the ball, but a 1v1 happens on his own side of the field. Maybe a little bit of time's been bought by Pulch, but they are panicking and hot on their heels are the San Jose players. Utah finally found the clear that they're looking for, though, as the ball played out center. It's Johnny is taking this, and every single one of these San Jose attacks is ripping time away from the clock of Utah. They need a goal, and they need it now, but Velocity's up over the goal. Great backboard defense, though, by Toaster Doggo.
Yeah, Heist bringing it in, playing it off the side of the goal, trying to set up some of his teammates. Toaster Doggo is doing a fantastic job of defending this San Jose State goal alongside Didi, though the danger has not been cleared. Didi now bringing it back down the other way. Where are the members of the midfield? We see Utah State trying to reset their attack run, but Toaster Doggo off the ceiling, going for the play. It's Johnny. Oh, it's just off target. There was an open goal there for him. 50 seconds left to go, and we shall see, can Utah State get something going offensively? Now they've gotten it into the San Jose State half. Velocity wins a challenge. He's got the goal.
Utah State fire back, and for the second game in the series, they make the comeback that they needed. And my God, if San Jose aren't terrified of overtime right now against this Utah State team, all the way up against the ropes, you lost the last overtime. You need to send this one into Game 5. San Jose won a goal, and they won it before these 40 seconds are up.
Yeah, they're going to be playing hard right now, but Velocity going for a deep shot. Just barely going off the crossbar. However, that does make an opening. Heist and Velocity both skying through, looking for an aerial. Toaster Doggo now with an aerial hit of his own. Pulch going to catch it in the midfield and lay it up for his teammate Velocity, bringing it back down the pitch. Didi going to knock it out, but knock it right into the waiting hands. We shall see Utah State. They're still on the aggressive here, but San Jose State trying to bring it back the other way. Toaster Doggo set up over the middle of the goal, and this offensive run has been displaced. Now the time is ticking down. We're only really going to see one more chance as we hit one. The ball cannot touch the ground, and that's not the touch that San Jose State wanted. We're going to overtime.
All right, overtime's on, and the pressure could not be any more so here for the San Jose team. Looking to hold on to their game and series hopes here, but the ball's up. Didi plays it out. Dangerous territory. Those high sets across into the center here, played out by It's Johnny. None of his teammates there to receive. Instead, it's Pulch. Gonna ping this one off of the backboard. This is gonna be a good opportunity here for Utah, but they whiff. Now Heist has to bide time for his teammates to come back. Looking for the demolition, though right now is San Jose side. The goal's open, but Velocity wins a critical 50-50 here. The ball played back into San Jose territory, and it is just back and forth ping pong gameplay right now. Neither of these teams want to be caught off their line.
Yeah, and already approaching a minute of overtime so far. As you mentioned, both teams not wanting to get caught off. We shall see who is going to make the first mistake, who is going to lose this game for. San Jose State is hoping that they can find victory. It's Johnny going in for an aggressive push here. Didi with a shot towards the goal. It's not quite the hit he wanted, though. And now their rotations, they overcommitted. Postseason open goal. It's Johnny just misses the save, and there it is. Polch taking victory for Utah State.
Polch here with a nice dribble. Doesn't go for the fake. Decides, you know what? It's time to just put some stank on this ball, put it in the back of the net, and end this series up against San Jose, who put up a valiant effort after a great game one. 3 more rough ones follow. Utah State take them to overtime 2 times and put them into the ground.
Yes, put them down indeed. That was a rough one. San Jose State played it very close. Honestly, I'm looking forward to seeing both of these teams back and ready to go on the pitch later on tonight. But for now, Utah State taking the 3-1 victory in that series, and we're looking to the next series. It's going to be the Battle of the Pacific Northwest, University of Washington facing off against Washington State, and we'll be right back at you with that one, ladies.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're coming at you guys with the second game of the second set of matches of Group 8 here. It's Washington versus Washington State, and it is the battle of the Northwest here. Bring the action at you. It is still me. I'm Doran. I'm joined by Cool J. Are you excited for this game or what?
I'm really excited for this one. These guys are classic rivals over there in the Pacific Conference, and we shall see if that rivalry shows through. It could be a little bit of a dicey matchup out here, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll see. These teams are going to be very competitive, and I'm hoping to see how it goes. We got B900 Cool, aka the coolest guy on the floor, coming at it. He's going in for the aerial, trying to play it. Recnotech gonna deal with that one pretty easily. James playing it off the wall and back and forth. Both of these teams. Washington kind of on the defensive right now, but they've managed to clear it out.
And Washington State, not a team unfamiliar here at EGF. Meanwhile, University of Washington have a little bit more to prove. Recnotech, Vixie, and Wizard all pretty unproven so far. So this is really their game to come out and show what they've gotten. Right now against the Washington State side, it is the perfect grudge match to start everything off.
Yeah, and we'll see how it goes. A minute in now, still a scoreless.
The miss!
Recnotech with a miss hit over the goal, though. That could have been very bad for the side of Washington State. Unfortunately for Washington, they don't get that goal in, and that one, Recnotech's going to be kicking himself, especially since it looks like Washington State now looking for a score of their own. B900 Cool towards the goal. Going to be saved by Vixie just in time, but SpongeBob now going in for the shot, and that one is not the best day ever because it gets saved.
Oh, the demolition makes it close, though, and James is going to have a second attempt at it. Recnotech plays it out of the half, and University of Washington struggling to create much pressure here, but they've got a shot. It's just about maintaining it now. It's about keeping the ball in the other half of the field, taking away that boost, suffocating away the Washington State resources. That's how they're going to get into this one.
And we shall see now SpongeBob with another shot. B900 Cool going to finish it off, and there is the first goal for Washington State.
All right, a nice lead here from the EGF familiar team, but I've got to say we saw some good stuff out of University of Washington. They created a good attempt. They showed off some mechanics doing it. I fully believe they can bring it back into this one. It's just a matter of getting that attack started.
It is indeed, and we already see Wizard playing it into the corner. That's a good first step. James, though, with a great challenge onto Recnotech, and he's going to win it. Vixie trying to clear this ball out of their danger zone, pinches it off the ground, but SpongeBob winning that challenge as well, and we're seeing this as a common thread. Washington State winning these challenges, and James flying high through the sky. What a shot from him.
All right, Washington State extend that lead to a 2-0 off a beautiful little bit of team play there, by the way. 2 minutes out of the game, though, means that there's plenty of time for University of Washington. They can not kick back, but maybe look to not have to play so aggressively for their goals. Maybe just swap back to the fundamentals, punish any over-aggression from Washington State. They have options right now, but as that clock ticks down, those are going to start to run out. The ball's headed for their net. James with a doink. SpongeBob up with the shot. It's played to the back post and goes on in. 3-0 Washington State, making UW pay for their patience.
Yeah, and this one started off close. We saw opportunities for Washington. We're still seeing them get some, but Washington State is capitalizing on all of their opportunities. We see them, and they're just making so many of them as well. Already 10 shots on goal with still 2.5 minutes to go.
All right, lining up here, though, we see University of Washington struggling to make this ball get out of their half, and they're getting touches on it. But Washington State are unrelenting in their aggression. And so as much as I'm not an advocate for just banging the ball out of your half, I think that might be what they need to do. Washington State are actually playing hyper-aggressive. They're keeping 3 men forward. The furthest man back is maybe at midfield for them. So if you launch the ball over the other in the field, it'll be a nice little gut check here for Washington State.
Yeah, definitely. It can disrupt their rhythm, and also they might even get a goal out of it, but no. Washington State has just opened the floodgates. James wins a challenge, goes all the way to the other side of the field, and knocks it in uncontested.
Yeah, it feels like in no time this game has gone from 0 to 100, or 0 to 5 at this point. Washington State with a powerful lead, and now some issues are starting to arise for University of Washington that are really scary for me. as an analyst, and that's the fact that they're not fixing issues. They're actually seemingly creating more the worse this game gets, and that's either them mentally checking out and looking towards next game, which we can only hope, or it is them just starting to play more sloppily. These rotations have completely fallen off for them.
Yeah, we see James yet again, this time getting set up by his teammate on the wall. Another great goal from him. We've been saying his name over and over. He's already got a hat trick on this match, and less than 2 minutes to go. And I mean, I feel like at this point, Washington has to be looking towards game 2.
Yeah, with 6 goals in the bank right now, Washington State, they're comfortable, and they're finding ways to extend their lead constantly here, but I don't think that's a sign of them necessarily improving. I think it's more so UW playing down just a little bit here, but the more comfortable Washington State get playing this aggressively, playing this style, the more comfortable they're going to be just winning in general. And that kind of momentum refuses to swing away from UW unless they're going to come out of the gates this next game swinging like they mean it.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to come out aggressive, and I also think as well they need to be challenging a lot more of these 50-50s. We're seeing a lot of plays where Washington State is just flying across the pitch and every single ball is uncontested. They're able to do whatever they want, and that is always going to end up with this result. Down 6-0. Recnotech with another misplay right there. I wonder if maybe nerves are playing into this. It seems like maybe they could be a little bit not warmed up. We've definitely seen that before. This is game 1. Maybe we'll see some of these mistakes going away in game 2 for the University of Washington.
Well, there's still 40 seconds left, and any goal is really going to be a massive boost to the confidence of this blue side team right now. Nearly finds one demolition onto B900. Cool, and that's them an opportunity. But this Washington State team and their raw experience here at EGF are just starting to prevail right now. We've seen it time and time again. This Washington State team has met some hardship, but they've had some good games as well. They've built up that mental fortitude over all this time, and it's clearly working out for them.
Yeah, working out incredibly well as the timer ticks down. Washington looking to maybe get a last-second goal here, but it may not happen for them. Vixie looking to just try and keep it up. James actually helping them out. Maybe Washington State looking to style on them and get a 7th goal here at the last second. But no, it seems like the danger is going to dissipate. This ball still not touching the ground. They are still juggling it back and forth. And James with the shot. Wait, what?
It didn't go in. It hit the ground. Before the ball crossed.
It hit the ground before the ball crossed. Washington State 6-0 could easily have been 7. And we'll see if Washington can come back stronger in game 2.
All right, a great start here for Washington, though. I'm really digging what I'm seeing from them. They're playing consistently. They're playing strong. UW has been the exact opposite. No consistency. I need to see an attempt to fix these rotations. I need to see them try and pressure that midfield and get that confidence to play those 50-50s. I think the only way that happens right now, given that they weren't able to learn in game 1, is just they come out the gates with all cylinders firing right here in game 2. They've got to find that pace, and now is the time to do it.
Yeah, and as we're looking towards this kickoff, this is an imperative moment for Washington. Can they set the tone early on? Can they stick it to Washington State and try and turn this momentum around? Washington State is going to be riding high after that huge victory in game 1, and we'll see if they can keep it going.
All right, as they head into game 2, though, Washington State, I think they want to reset their momentum a little bit. They don't want to get too big for their britches. They don't want to get cocky. They want to put goals in the back of this net just like that. A beautiful pass over to SpongeBob is what's going to take it here off of a patient play from James. The open net beautifully placed all the way in that corner. Wizard stood no chance of reaching that one. And now Washington State looking to take away this game.
And the kickoff, both players just flying right past the ball on the opener. I'm not really sure what happened there. Maybe both players just out mind gaming themselves. But nonetheless, the ball did eventually make its way into the play. B900 Cool playing it into the corner now. Looking across the middle, Vixie going to clear it back towards the sidewall here. Coming off the wall, playing it down towards the goal. dealt with by Washington State, but now Washington with an aggressive chance. Oh, but I don't like that touch from Dixie. Just played it right back into Washington State's hands, and luckily for them, they're able to keep it safe.
Yeah, for the time being, University of Washington, they've got an opportunity. Regnar just has to put the ball in, but he can't. And now it's going to be followed up by a counterattack here from B900 Tool. He's taking the dribbling play, brought it all the way around. Wizard who gets bumped. One more touch could do it off the back wall. Washington State put UW right in their place here off an amazing 3-man dribble from B900 Cool.
Yeah, he pretty much just brought it down the field, and he said, look, try and stop me. And what we just saw was that they couldn't. An easy goal there for B900 Cool. Well, he made it look easy is really what I mean to say. We're getting back into it. Wizard playing it off the high wall. Recnotech, though, not in position. The rotations aren't there. And a big hit from James. It's just off target, but now back the other way. Recnotech with a demo onto SpongeBob, and James getting revenge for that demo. They weren't happy about that one. 2-0 lead for Washington State. 3.5 minutes left to go. James with a shot towards the goal. Wizard going to save it. Deals with it pretty easily, but the danger's not gone. SpongeBob looking for a hit. Well challenged by Recnotech, but still not gone. They can't clear this danger, and B900 Cool going to score yet again.
Wow, the pressure that this Washington State continues to put on astounds me. Their willingness to put 3 members forward, the risk involved in doing so, they don't give a damn. University of Washington haven't fired back. They haven't taken advantage of it. The longer this goes, the more comfortable the orange side is going to start to feel in their opponent's half. And honestly, I think this just means we keep seeing goals. Wizard could silence that right now. There goes a double touch off the wall. It's waterfall down to Vixie. Nobody's there to receive. James now looking to play the ball out. Washington State, they've got yet another shot. And Vixie off the crossbar makes the save, though. University of Washington, 3 minutes, 3 goals. Entirely doable here, but they've got to start now.
Yeah, SpongeBob with a shot from all the way across the pitch, and it's saved, but it forced the rotations away. No one in position for the rebound. B900 Cool with a great centering play, and James with a wide open.
Well, yeah, I just think a beautiful pass there from B900 Cool. He's really been the core of this process. Not to say James and SpongeBob haven't been especially important themselves, but tying it all together there in the midfield, stringing these plays together, B900 Cool is an absolutely critical piece of this puzzle that Washington State have put out. Now they're continuing their dominance here in the opponents have. Vixie finally clears the ball out. The rotations need to be back for Washington State. They might be cut off their line. The ball in the back of the net. Oh my God, B900 though, he gets there in time, and the save is had. No goals here for UW.
Yeah, and I'm really disappointed in University of Washington there. I didn't see any fire. There should have been somewhere there on the rebound. Yes, it was on the goal line, but you always need that extra insurance, and B900 Cool just showed us why. An incredible save from him, but lazy play from the University of Washington.
All right, University of Washington, it is now or never. You need a goal every 30 seconds, and that is a tall order here up against what looks like a dominant Washington State. You don't want to go to game point against your opponent team, your rival. University of Washington, you got to dig deep if you want this one. I know everyone in chat's watching. I know there's people cheering for them out there, but they're going to need all the energy you guys can give them if they want to take this one back into the series.
Yes, indeed. Washington take our energy. 90 seconds left to go, and they're still struggling to even string a set play together. Vixie now playing it over the center towards Wizard. Wizard, he didn't like that one. He plays it back into the corner, but SpongeBob sees his chance to strike. He takes it back for the Washington State side. Now it's in their corner. Oh, but a nice pinch play. Vixie winning that challenge and bringing it back down the pitch for hopefully an aggressive run for Washington. Look at B900 Cool with this air dribble. Brings it halfway across the pitch, but it ends up being nothing but style points as it gets taken away almost immediately.
All right, Washington State, they've got the lead, and I've got to say they look really, really good. They have so much confidence that they're playing with, and it feels like they only level up after every match right now. They're playing slow, they're playing fast, they're varying their paces, team plays, dribbling plays. They can do it all. This University of Washington team, all it takes, though, is one goal to just reset this momentum, but they haven't been able to find it yet. James, passing play over to B900 Cool, could have had a cheeky little redirect there. SpongeBob, though, just playing patiently, and every second that goes off this clock is awful for the University of Washington as we hit this 30-second mark.
Yeah, 30 seconds left to go in Washington. Again, they've just been pummeled here. They need to find some kind of consolation goal, try and figure out how to turn this momentum around. They have been struggling in what seems like all facets of the game today, but it is not over yet. There's still one more game to go. Well, Washington State still needs one more win, that is. And it looks like this one is all but over as the clock ticks down.
I mean, I think we peak right back at game number 1. The way that went for pretty much the entirety of the game was dead even. However, once they started losing goals, the floodgates just opened here for UW. They weren't able to find their grip. They were slipping all over the place with their rotations. They've got to clean that up. They've got to fix their mental game right now, because I'm almost 100% sure that's what's holding them back.
Yeah, we've talked about it many, many times. The mental game is the biggest part. If you are mentally out, it doesn't matter how good you are. There is just no chance that you can come back. So UW really has to take this time between the matches. They've got to find a way to reset. They've got to find a way to think about what kind of mistakes they can exploit from the Washington State side. And having said that, there really aren't many mistakes that they can exploit from Washington State. Washington State has been playing incredibly well, but there's got to be an opening for them, and I think it's going to start with some more aggressive play, challenging more of these 50-50 balls.
Yeah, exactly. We talk about confidence all the time here at EGF, but when these games are so momentum-based, that confidence gives you the reaction time, gives you the confidence in your decision-making and the speed in your decision-making that you need to win 50-50s that are absolutely losing this game right now for UW. They've got to get more aggressive. They've got to find that confidence. That's how they're going to find their way into this game, and it starts right now.
It starts now, indeed. SpongeBob with an early shot attempt dealt with pretty easily by Recnotech, but the danger has not been cleared. A demo from James onto Wizard, and SpongeBob flying through for an aerial goal attempt. It's just off target. Vixie with a save anyway, but that might have played right into Washington State's hands. James playing it towards the goal, but Wizard gonna knock it away. Now coming back down the pitch, B900 Cool, the only one in position for Washington State. The rotations have come in, and SpongeBob and James there to try and bring it back. The hit comes through. James off the side wall towards the goal. Recnotech bringing it back down. A nice hit, but SpongeBob in the midfield is in perfect position now. Played across the middle, and a nice challenge from Vixie. I want to see more of that. Breaking up the play there. SpongeBob had a chance.
All right. Score even at just about 1 minute here. I want to take a look and check in at what UW have been able to do. And honestly, oh, right there, the beautiful passing play puts it past the final defender here. SpongeBob goes up, Recnotech plays it in, and wait for it, there is the key miss. Does not realize where Vixie's going with this ball, gives him a little bit of a razzle-dazzle, and makes the score 1-0, and UW see the first lead they've had in a long time.
Yeah, also the first goal they've scored in this series, and I'm thinking maybe B900 Cool underestimated his opponent rather there. Vixie played that one very well into the inside corner. B900 Cool played it expecting him to hit it straight on, and that was the first goal for Washington. We'll see if they can score some more. A 1-0 lead for them with the way Washington State's been scoring is not going to be safe.
No, it's not. They need that pillow. They need the comfort right now. Washington State haven't slowed down a single bit. Looking to stuff this one into the back of the net. It's dangerous. B900 Cool approaches the net, but that means that there's not players back to defend this. A shot in, but B900 Cool, the man himself, who's been huge all game, just shuts down every single play UW have been attempting here. They've got enough pressure. They bumped the goalkeeper away. They have openings. They've got to have the confidence to follow up on them. The Vixie just misses the pass from his teammate. Now an ample opportunity for Washington State to fight right on back with a counterattack.
Trying to fight back again. Wizard coming through. He plays it off the side while Vixie skying through, and there is Recnotech for the finish, but he's off target again. How many times have I said those words? It's starting to hurt a little bit, but the pressure is not gone. University of Washington still looking for another score. B900 Cool trying to clear the danger, but Rectotech is there in the midfield to challenge. SpongeBob and James looking for a set play, playing it back and forth between each other, but Wizard intercepts. Now trying to bring it back to pitch, but B900 Cool is right there. The challenge is back and forth. I love what I'm seeing from Washington, going after more of these 50-50 balls. Wizard playing it down into the corner. SpongeBob with a hit towards his teammate B900 Cool, who brings it back down the pitch.
Not sure which Washington stuff you like right now, but right now I'm liking what University of Washington are able to do. They've been holding on to this defense. They've parked the bus. They're keeping players back. They're praying that this one goal is going to be enough to take down the Titan that is Washington State right now. But SpongeBob has other plans. Looking for the counter attack in. Has a pass to James. An open net, but Wizard's in the way. He does a little bit of a disappearing act, but reappears right in the net when they need him. University of Washington continuing to shut them out. Wizard has to do it again. A great attempt off the wall. Will save that goal. Vixie's got to do it in the third save in a row. University of Washington, hold on. A minute 30 approach on the clock here. Washington State scrambling for one final goal, trying to clear out this series, but they are struggling right now.
Yeah, but now is actually going to be a perfect opportunity for Washington to get a counterattack with the clock ticking down. We're going to see Washington State start pressing. They're going to start feeling the pressure of that time, but B900 Cool, he is cool, calm, and collected. The sunglasses on the roof and the ball in the net.
All right, 1-1. There's a chance this one goes into overtime, but if we've seen stuff from Washington State, it's when it rains, it pours here at EGF. They want to score more goals, and I promise you, if the momentum turns their way like it did in game one, like it did in game two, this will get rough for University of Washington. They got to dig deep. They've got to find everything they have in them to clutch this game out, and they've got a minute to do it.
Yeah, and already looking dangerous for them. Washington State deep in Washington territory. Vixie missing and a hit on a clear aerial there. James plays it towards the goal, not quite on target. B900 Cool with a shot of his own. Wizard deals with it pretty easily. SpongeBob, though, coming in for the rebound, and a great challenge from Vixie to keep the ball out of harm's way. However, James now skying goalwards. Wizard with the save of his own. B900 Cool playing it onto the wall. Wizard with the challenge. Wizard bringing it back the other way. SpongeBob looking for the clear, and he plays it just to James. B900 Cool in the corner. Look at this team play from Washington State, and Vixie yet again right on time.
And Washington State's positioning has been immaculate, especially B900 Cool, keeping UW on the back foot right now. UW holding on valiantly, though. A Herculean effort here from the team at match point, up against the ropes, against all odds. They're looking to take this one back. We're going into overtime, though, and they're fighting for their lives, Cool J.
Yeah, and for me right now, even though his team has been struggling, Vixie is one of my MVPs of this match. He has been all over the pitch, making incredible plays, and he's trying to bring his team to a Game 3 victory, forcing a Game 4 here against their bitter rivals, Washington.
Oh, dangerous attempt here for the University of Washington. James in the back trying to score here. Recnotech in the way, nearly a demolition coming through in a dangerous position. Wizard is waiting for the right opportunity to go for this ball, but Vixie's doing a great job. And now it's time. Use everything he's got. Wizard makes a save at a critical moment. Now the counterattack in from University of Washington. Misses the ball. Can dribble it back center here. A good amount of time bought for the team, but they're not out of the woods yet. A minute approaches here on the clock into overtime. Vixie finally gets the ball out. B900 Cool can play it down in the corner, but this is still more pressure had. Vixie finally there, but Wizard out of nowhere, abracadabra, works his magic and finds the goal here for University of Washington.
And B900 Cool is going to be regretting that hit right there. He hits it into the corner, sets up Vixie and Wizard perfectly because the rotations were not there. He was the last man back. And Washington, after getting clobbered in games 1 and 2, flips the tables on Washington State and takes Game 3.
Okay, we've got a series on our hands. Washington State University, they're looking hot. It's still match point. Those first two games, undeniably in their favor, but it is exactly what I mentioned here as we head into this match. It is 100% on the University of Washington to maintain their momentum, take it into this next game, and absolutely blitz down Washington State University in the early game.
blitzing them down indeed, and I loved the aggression as well. Vixie is my MVP of that match, the team MVP for Washington, but I'm wondering, who do you think is the big impact player on Washington State? Who do you think has to step up and take them to victory here in Game 4?
I think B900 Cool has been playing out of his mind. Yes, that final touch, put it into the corner, it was the nail in the coffin. It was what gave the goal to UW. But if you check every single other play, he was creating it. He was following up on it. He was in the right position at the right time. But James and SpongeBob, I think they need to look more creatively between one another. They need to decide, okay, who's playing the midfield, who is playing back, who's playing forward right now. Oh! What on earth? Vixie just takes his kickoff. Wizard follows up, and instantly, University of Washington back where they were in Game 1.
And here I am sitting thinking, what just happened? Washington State looked so dominating in games 1 and 2, and University of Washington has turned it right back around on them here, scoring incredibly quickly here in Game 4.
I mean, Wizard living up to the name, working a little bit of magic, snaps his fingers and conjures up a goal here for University of Washington. But again, not done. One goal is anything but comfortable up against Washington State, who are going to continue to barrage you with pressure. You have to hold on. You've got to make that single goal count as B900 Cool is hot on your tails. And James has a shot! Vixie and Wizard both there for the save, though.
And I don't think I've ever been more on the edge of my seat. I'm practically standing in my room, ladies and gentlemen. Vixie with these plays is just making me go wild. Absolutely nutty stuff from the University of Washington, and Washington State now maybe starting to feel a little bit of the pressure. Only a minute in though. B900 Cool looking for a play. We know he's always cool, calm, and collected. James missing the aerial, but Cool on the back end with the rebound, and he just misses it.
Oh, it looks so sure. But now the shot from Wizard. Oh, it's beautiful off the backboard. There's somebody to follow up, though. Oh, and it's a miss from Vixie. The MVP you've been touting this entire match can't show up when they need that second goal. SpongeBob on the counterattack here. Tech plays it into the corner. That demolition's going to play into this play so much, though, as it leaves the goal wide open for B900. Cool, calm, and collected to follow up.
Yeah, and you said it perfectly. The demo set that one up because it ruined the rotations. It left the goal wide open. Recnotech was close, but really not in a position to stop that shot. Now that's the equalizer from B900 Cool in Washington State. We'll see how can Washington respond. Ooh, SpongeBob is headhunting yet another demo. We've been seeing him all over the scoreboard with those. Recnotech starting to fight back, and it is getting dangerous out here, ladies and gentlemen. Do not try this at home.
Well, the Battle of Washington's surely living up to its name. Blood being spilled left and right here as these teams are thirsty for the win. However, this game is completely different from the previous. There's so much time left on the clock with the scoreline at 1-1. One of these teams is bound to find the back of the net, and B900 Cool has a great opportunity. Up for the air dribble, gets one touch, gets the second, and saved by Wizard! Huge plays, but they're not done yet. Vixie finally gets the clear when it matters. James with demolition, though. 2 versus 3 in their own half here. It's up to UW to try and hold on. James continues the pressure, but it just doesn't stop. This Washington team is so aggressive and they want it so bad, but Washington State are just knocking on their door.
Oh, and I thought Wizard had a chance there. He's been showing us so much magic. It was saved by Washington State, but the chance is still here. Vixie threads the needle between 2 Washington State defenders. Look at this shot. Incredible timing off the setup from Recnotech and Wizard. A full team play, 1, 2, 3, and taking back the lead here in Game 4.
All right, University of Washington, it wasn't just a fluke in that Game 3. They're here to play, they're here to party, and Wizard is the life of it right now. I feel like this man has been around just as much as Vixie. Recnotech is doing a great job in the back end. I want to see more plays from him, though, in the striking end of the field. I want to see him get more aggressive. He's got 2 teammates playing at mock speed. He's got to be able to keep up with them right now, and that's what I think is really going to seal this one out for University of Washington right now.
For a little bit there, we've actually been seeing some uncharacteristically slow play from both sides. Now it's starting to speed back up. Now we're starting to get back into the thick of things. Vixie with a demo right there, and Recnotech bringing it back down the pitch. SpongeBob going to try and disrupt a good challenge there, and SpongeBob and B900 Cool looking for a set play on the sidewall. Looked like they were trying to set up a pinch, but it didn't quite work.
Okay, Washington State still on the hunt, and it feels like this entire game, it has been them the entire time, finding the shots, finding the goals. But University of Washington, they make every opportunity they get count, and Recnotech has another one here. James just beats him to the ball on pure speed alone. Now the ball played out, it looks to be intercepted. Recnotech with a bad touch towards center. B900 cool can set his teammate up. James is in, but the save will be made here. Vixie with a demolition looks to shut down this entire play. James has the angle of the shot, but Vixie with the save. Wizard now looking for the dribble out, a counterattack coming in. Beats one, beats two, off the wall, looking for the cross now. Beats the third member on the 50-50, but he flies over the ball and loses control. Gets the cross in anyways, off a crazy flip there. But James the man to control it. Now off the top, he's got the flip, takes the shot, saved by Recnotech. Ball going full speed right now, and Washington State need to find a goal in a minute. They've been tasked with it before. They've managed to do it before, but B900 Cool needs to absolutely turn up if they want it.
Yeah, he's got to be Mr. Clutch right now, but the ball is going the wrong direction for Washington State. Vixie playing it in across the middle. B900 Cool gonna deal with that one, trying to bring it back down. Look at this air dribble, played perfectly into his teammate James. James off the wall, but is that the hit he wanted? No, I don't think so. That could have been a scoring opportunity there for Washington State.
This is great.
Now is the time to take it down. The goal is wide open for B900 Cool, but he's just too late to get there. Wizard just in time as time ticks down. Washington just looking to waste a little bit more. Recnotech with a great hit off the ceiling right there. James looking for a shot on goal. This could be Washington State's last opportunity. They've got to score right now if they want to bring it into overtime. 2 seconds, 1, and the ball's going the wrong way. B900 Cool, he's got to keep this up all the way down the field. James, he takes an opportunity.
Oh, it's so close. But James can't quite get around the ball. University of Washington looking to run this one all the way back. The reverse sweep is in sight, ladies and gentlemen, as we head into game 5. We've seen great stuff from Washington State University in game 1 and game 2. We have seen UW in the depths of depth, seen their mental game go straight into the dumpster. But my God, if they didn't bring it back in game 3 and they're able to continue that momentum in game 4, I'm not saying WSU are out of this one. I'm not saying their mental game's completely out of it yet, but Cool J, what do you want to see out of them?
Well, I'll tell you what I want to see. University of Washington, they're pulling the brooms out of the closet. They're holding them upside down because they're getting ready for a reverse sweep right here. The kickoff coming through. Washington State, they've shown some incredible play all day long. I'm sure they're still feeling confident, but there's just some kind of magic right now alongside Wizard and the rest of this Washington Husky squad as they're coming back down looking for another early score attempt.
Yeah, and it feels like University of Washington just come into every game completely revitalized here, and it is so powerful, and we've seen that 1 goal difference take them so far. Vixie, the demolition actually stops him from getting a good touch on the ball. It's a great opening for SpongeBob here off the back wall. Double touch would be huge, but it's James who receives it instead. Wizard now looking for play out of the back, gets a dribble, beats 1. Look off the back wall. James should just clear this one, but he whiffs, which is a great chance here for University of Washington to buy time, get boost, start playing this game a little bit slower. Wizard with a great touch, Vixie to follow up, open goal, but B900 Cool gets there just in time.
Yeah, but Washington's not done. Recnotech with another chance off the rebound there. James finally clearing it out with a big hit towards the goal. Vixie is in position to stop that one, but Washington State now firmly in control. Recnotech with a good hit down to Vixie in the corner. Recnotech, they're trying to play it back and forth between each other, but they don't have their third member. Wizard got demoed. He comes down, but he's just a little bit too late. Now Washington State on an offensive of their own. Vixie's trying to clear it out. B900 Cool with an incredible play. Oh my goodness, this is on the goal line.
Right, the goal line, Wizard.
What? Oh my goodness, what did I just see? And all the way down the field! Vixie! He does. Wizard and Vixie do it on both ends. They save it from the absolute brink and then bring it all the way back.
All right, 1-0. University of Washington currently undefeated in every single game they have started out with this scoreline. But B900 Cool looking to silence that record right now. They need to come back. They need to learn to play from behind, and they've got 1 game, 3 minutes and 30 seconds only to do it. They found their goal. SpongeBob fires right back with a shot of his own.
And ladies and gentlemen, we got a game here. Washington State has shown up 1-1, or as Navik would say, back to 0-0, and both of these teams want it bad. Washington looking for the reverse sweep. Washington State looking up to finish it off with the killing blow. Who's going to come out on top? We'll find out soon enough. Regnotech coming out, playing an aerial across the middle. Wizard playing it off the back wall, but it's not what they like. They're going back for the road. Oh, Vixie coming through. Oh, they almost faked it through, but James just barely in time, getting the defensive save. And now B900 Cool playing it back down. A nice clear there. James looking on target towards the goal, but he's just a little bit too high.
Just barely here. Washington State are so close on every one of their attempts on the goal, but the counterattacks have been so strong. SpongeBob in the nick of time gets there when he needs to. Wizard is now waiting for a good opportunity to go for the counterattack here, and that's all that University of Washington have had to do. But they're in a little bit of trouble. B900 Cool is a surgeon, a hunter on the prowl, waiting for the opportunity to arise, and there it does. A single bad touch there from Vixie allows the ball to come in from James and finished off by the one, the only. B900 Cool takes Washington State to a lead they haven't felt in a long time.
Yeah, I'm not even convinced that B900 Cool even has emotions. It seems like in these higher pressure situations, that's when he steps up. He doesn't feel anything on his back other than the need to win. But right now, it's not enough. Vixie with the assist to Regnotech, and Washington striking back very quick.
You know, Regnotech, he's been real quiet this entire series. But you know what? If I'm on University of Washington and my player is out, you know what, it comes down to last game scenario, you can wait till then. If we get there and you're going to show up now to score goals, I am more than happy with that. Regnotech, keep showing up, turn all the way on for last game. He gets the save. He's got to pass out to Vixie. One touch here could be great. Sets up the second shot, but not quite on target here. Looking to play it out will be B900 Cool, but it just goes right back into the hands here. Regnotech, though, too patient, will not catch a piece of this ball. It's set up. It's dangerous here for the University of Washington. The ball, waterfalls down in front of their goal. Washington State, ever aggressive. They seem to have gotten their mojo back here, and they're getting all sorts of touches on this ball.
Yeah, Regnotech bringing it up into the corner. SpongeBob was trying to challenge that, but he was just a little too slow. Wizard brings it on goal, but James with the save. Now he's playing it towards B900 Cool. B900 Cool just misses the aerial, though. That could have been a great team play setup for a shot at a goal. Washington, Vixie coming back down the other way. He tries to play it off the back wall, but James in perfect position to stop that one. Wizard misses the challenge, and now this could be dangerous. Vixie, the only man back. James and B900 Cool trying to set up for a two-man play on SpongeBob towards the goal. Regnotech and Wizard able to combine for the save. Now James, the only man back. However, no one from the Washington side pressuring him. Washington State with all the time in the world. Oh, but they just missed the shot.
All right, University of Washington. We've seen them play a little bit slower in this match, and honestly, I don't mind that. I don't mind the counterattacks, but you've got to find goals, and you've got to get aggressive now, because B900 Cool has put in his second game goal of the game here, looking to finish things off. University of Washington, they haven't had the pressure on them to come back yet. Washington State have been here before. Let's see if they can hold on to this lead, or if University of Washington were meant to have their reverse sweep.
And we shall find out. 1 minute left to go. Certainly plenty of time in the world of Rocket League. Wizard with a shot towards the goal, easily dealt with by B900 Cool. James now going for the aerial, but he's a little bit too late to it. Oh, and now the whiff by James. That could be huge, but B900 Cool yet again going to save his team. Regnotech trying to play through it in the midfield, but James going to win that challenge. SpongeBob flying through, looking for a goal. Wizard going to clear out the danger for now, but B900 Cool says the danger is always here because I am the danger. James coming through into the corner. Vixie trying to clear it now. 20 seconds left to go. Washington, they need to score, but they can't even get it out of their half. James coming in for yet another aggressive attempt. The clock is ticking down on Washington's reverse sweep dreams, and Washington State looks poised
to
clean up the series, but this is it. James the only one back. There's a wide open net. Can they find the shot? James gonna get the save at the last second. There's so little time left now. They need to get it, but B900 Cool with a perfect hit down to the other end, and that could be it.
Oh, and a fourth goal to seal the deal. Washington State, after a near comeback, after turmoil, after battles lost, Washington State take the Northwest War.
And honestly, that I hope that, ladies and gentlemen, you guys enjoyed that as much as I did. That was an incredibly entertaining match to watch. Washington taking Washington State all the way to the brink. Washington State, though, in the end, with a 4-2 victory in Game 5, going to take the series 3-2. And we're not done with the epic Rocket League action, though. We'll be hitting the pitch yet again very shortly. Washington State returning to the stream alongside San Jose State.
right, ladies and gentlemen, I know your breaths are still heavy after that last game, but there's more Rocket League to be played and more Washington State to see as we watch them take on San Jose State, who's also coming hot off the heels of a win up against Utah earlier. Washington State, they've had not too much time to reset themselves, but they've got a lot of momentum coming into this match, and I am ready for it to be just as good as the last one. How about you, Cool J?
Yeah, we shall see if fatigue plays in. It's already hard to play games back to back, but especially after going to a full 5 in their series against Washington. Is Washington State going to start to see a breakdown, or are they going to be hotter than ever coming up against San Jose?
Well, that's the question. How much momentum did they carry? Was that win a cry of victory, or was it a sigh of relief from the Washington State side? That's the question we've got to be asking, because those two things carry very different momentum. But if San Jose lays on the pressure right now, they're in a little bit of trouble. 100 Cool trying to play a little bit of disruption in the opponent's half, but relatively slow play from both teams. They're playing aggressively, but the first shot will be had by James, taking the dribble, putting the ball in. Washington State, they're going to continue scoring goals for the night.
Yeah, and you look at this one, he fakes out 2 defenders and he pretty much just takes it all the way down the field there. Really solid play from James, but I'm wondering, where are the rotations from San Jose State?
I mean, San Jose, they were just as aggressive up against Utah, and I think this might be one of those RIT-esque situations where they're saying, we're going to score more goals on you than you are on us, and you know what? We'll be damned if we get scored on, because we're just going to play all-out aggression here. And it's not working for them so far. Washington State, a very, very competent team on defense. They had to play plenty in that last series, so I expect them to be able to do it just like that. Now, though, they've bombarded the goal of San Jose with shot after shot after shot here, and it's 2-0 early into the game.
Yeah, and that one would score a 10 at the Fry Cook game. SpongeBob putting it into the net. It's Johnny had no chance. Incredible rotations from Washington State. And as you mentioned, relentless attacks on the rebounds. That's what I like to see. The high effort plays, going after every ball. And that is the result, a 2-0 lead now for Washington.
All right, here as the clock starts to tick down, that 2 goals feels more and more daunting for San Jose. The question is, how do they adapt? They're already playing really aggressively, but Washington State have been doing a fantastic job of punishing them for all that aggression. Here we see James going up for the ball, nearly finds one. The counterattack from San Jose, though, I think is probably going to be one of their most potent options for scoring a goal. A little bit quicker, and the only real way to catch Washington State off guard, because Washington State is already playing so quickly.
Yeah, James with a shot on goal. Didi gonna get the save, but pays for it with his car. He's gonna get demoed by James. James coming in for yet another shot chance, but this time just a little bit off target. Tostrago bringing it back down the pitch. SpongeBob gonna disrupt this attack run, but he's not going to end it. Didi with another shot on goal. It's Johnny, tried to get a rebound, but it just wasn't the right position. Tostrago playing it back across the middle. Didi off the backboard, and again, San Jose State gonna be backing off. They don't like the looks of this attack.
Absolutely not right now. San Jose are worried about this game. The last thing they need is one more goal scored on them. Washington State, though, they just carry so much heat, so much momentum as the ball crosses the goal. 1-2 demolitions here for the Washington side, and they're feeling themselves. San Jose, slowly, you can tell, losing confidence in their 50-50s, not challenging as much, not playing as aggressive, but that's what they need right now. They need to be able to take those risks if they want to win this game.
Yeah, definitely risk-taking is the name of the game. And look, here's an open net. Tostrago trying to find his way back, but James just beats him to the ball. He's going to win that challenge as well, but the danger's not gone. Didi playing it back towards this Washington State goal. Just under 2 minutes left to play. Plenty of time in the Rocket League universe. It's Johnny with a shot towards the goal. SpongeBob going up for the save, but now it's an open net. Tostrago playing it through. Being under Cool, always in the right place at the right time. He's going to get the save, and that was a great opportunity for San Jose State, dealt with by Washington.
All right, good job by Washington. They've managed to maintain their momentum, but they're up against the wall for a little bit until that demolition makes it a 2 versus 3 and opens up a massive gap in the defense that Washington State are going to look to counterattack on. Here, SpongeBob playing off the wall, look for the cross. A miss, though, from his teammate means that San Jose get a little bit of a reprieve here. just as that horn is about to sound, 1 minute on the clock, we see San Jose flying high in the midfield, finding Washington State with a rare open goal.
Yeah, he just banged that one out. They were expecting SpongeBob to win that 50-50 ball. Not the case, says Toaster Doggo, and he slams it into the goal, bringing it to a 1-score deficit with just over a minute to play. Ooh, B900 Cool winning this kickoff. Toaster Doggo going to challenge James and win it, but the ball's not out of the danger zone yet. SpongeBob with a shot towards the goal. He can't quite finish it off. B900 had a chance at a rebound, but he couldn't make it in either. Toaster Doggo now playing it back into the danger zone for Washington State. It's Johnny here in the midfield looking for a redirect. Can't quite find it. SpongeBob and James combining a nice little 1-2 there. Couldn't finish it off at the end. Oh, no, an open goal yet again. It's Johnny, but it's just a little too slow. James going to rotate back and save that shot. 40 seconds now, and San Jose feels the pressure. They've got to find a score, but Washington State bringing it back in the wrong direction.
Yeah, but they still got one more goal scored. With 30 seconds remaining, as the bell sounds, San Jose have an opportunity. Toaster Doggo could follow this one up here, try and find some sort of a cross, or wait back, go for a counterattack. But I think you need to keep all 3 players in the Washington State have, because as that timer ticks down, you've got to take more risks. And that was one of them. It's Johnny. Doesn't have the confidence to take the shot. He wraps himself back around, but this is only going to create a cross opportunity here as Toaster Doggo backs up. DD has to be the one to do it. Does not find the back of the net. It's Johnny for the follow-up. B900 Cool is too quick with it. SpongeBob has one last say with this ball here, and as it heads out and away from the Washington State net, it seems more and more likely this one's going to end 1-2 here in the favor of Washington State.
Yeah, and a missed aerial there at the end sealed San Jose State's fate. 2-1 though, a good first game. Washington State has looked incredibly strong, albeit a little bit shaky against Washington, and it looks like we're going to have yet another competitive series here.
All right, heading right into game 2. What is it that you want to see from San Jose? They've shown that they can play fast, but they make mistakes when they do it. What isn't just clean up those mistakes that's going to help them play a little bit better here? What specifically do you want to see them do differently?
Well, to be honest, it's about the confidence for me. I think, these mistakes are going to happen, but when we see them play fast, when we see them go after these 50-50 balls that we love to talk so much about, they really get some good results. Toaster Doggo, I mean, he scored that goal off of going after a 50-50 ball that, San Jose State probably wouldn't go for half the time. And I think if they really challenge Washington State, especially Washington State coming off that long best of 5, if they can challenge these 50-50 balls, make Washington State work hard for their goals, and they might be able to wear them down and get some big wins in these middle games.
All right, we're going to have to see him try and run it back and do what the University of Washington was unable to do here as we head into game 2. They've got a bit of work to do. With the score set at 0-0, Washington State are on the hunt for blood. B900 Cool has been firing at all cylinders all night. James and SpongeBob have turned up, especially in this last game. And I think this Washington State team is really coming into their own here.
They are indeed, and we shall see how it works out for them. B900 Cool with a huge cross pitch shot, just barely off target, but that could have been an incredible goal scored from him. Unfortunately, it did not go in. Oh, but look at this one!
And I mentioned him already, B900 Cool on the hunt, searching for goals here, and there's one. A great challenge up against this. Johnny pinches off of him. Unfortunate angle, but a great and decisive challenge from B900 Cool. That's going to show you what that confidence does. He had to turn his car around to go for that, and he's got the cojones to back it up.
Are we sure that B900 Cool isn't actually a robot AI sent to destroy the human race? I mean, this guy is just absolutely outstanding. It seems like he doesn't make a mistake this time, setting up his teammate James for another score.
Great air dribble over 2 people there, like you mentioned. A beautiful setup. James easily going to finish that one off. And this goal lead gets bigger and bigger, and it's starting to look more and more like the previous game. We saw the dominance come out from Washington State in the first 2 games, and the second game didn't get any better. San Jose have to find a mental reset here. They're playing them so close in the game prior, in the first half especially, but they just need to find that gear again, need to be able to do it without wasting time, and Toaster Doggo thinks he has a good rebound off a ball getting popped out of the field here. It's Johnny. You see the 50-50 doesn't go his way, but Toaster Doggo's there for the follow-up.
And you know, you said it perfectly. Don't want to waste any time, and they didn't waste any time getting onto that one. Now the score cut to a 1-goal deficit. DD looking to make it 0 all the way across the pitch and board down. Incredible.
Wow, San Jose in the blink of an eye come back here, even up the score line, and with 4 minutes on the clock, this is effectively a fresh game. This is a brand new play of Rocket League. The question is, how do these teams see it? Is Washington State going to treat it like they just lost their entire lead, or are they going to treat it like a new game? Start operating at that high pace again and start losing these holes that San Jose is starting to find in their defense?
Well, that remains to be seen, but luckily we won't have to wait too long for the answers. DD trying to play it through the midfield. James gets a controlling touch, trying to bring it back down the pitch the other direction. Washington State struggling to clear the danger. B900 Cool with a nice aerial hit there, but Toaster Doggo coming in with one of his own. We've seen him. He has no trouble going into the skies. B900 Cool playing it into the corner. Now trying to play it down the pitch. He's coming off the ceiling. James, oh, the pinch!
Boy, Washington State find the goal and they need it. B900 Cool sets it up. James finishes it off. And this game is turning out to be even more high scoring than the last one. 3-2 in just about a minute and a half here is ridiculous pace for these teams. If the game continues on like this, I honestly have got to give the edge to Washington State. Their defense seems a little bit more strong than San Jose's. I trust them to make these saves right now just because of the way they're playing. And San Jose, yes, they're playing aggressive. Yes, they're finding the shots. And there is another one. The individual play has been incredible from every member of this blue side team. But is it consistent is the question.
Yeah, the Cassicker's taking over right there. As soon as you start trumping up the Washington State side, San Jose State says, hey, there's 2 teams in this match, evening up the score yet again. And now we've restarted 3-minute match this time, and the margins are getting tighter for both sides. B900 Cool with a demolition, but it's Johnny is here and ready to put the fear into Washington State. That ball just kind of floating leisurely in front of the Washington State goal. Toaster Doggo going for a shot, can't quite finish it off. I would have liked to see some of his teammates there, but finally a set play. DD and Johnny setting up for the score.
All right, San Jose seeing the first lead in a little bit here. It's Johnny doing a fantastic job. He's been striking and finishing off a lot of these balls. In Washington State, they're struggling to move the ball out of their own half right now. I don't distrust their defense or their attacking right now, but it's that midfield play, that passing play that we saw them give them initial success, that's really failing them right now.
Yeah, and yet again, San Jose on the offensive. Washington State, they looked so strong earlier on, but now it seems like they're struggling to get anything done. Some of that confidence starting to come back. James looking to set up his teammates. It was a great setup indeed, but no one there to follow it up. This time, though, SpongeBob, he's got an open net in front of him. He's looking for a shot. It's Johnny in the position to stop it, but James coming down. He wins the challenge. DD trying to play it out, but B900 Cool makes sure that it stays in the danger zone. He's playing it off the ceiling towards the goal. James with the aerial going high and dry, trying to see if he can finish this off. SpongeBob, B900 Cool, 1, 2, 3, there it is!
Wow. James was just bodying the player in the goal here. He lands on top of Toaster Doggo and just sets up a house there, keeps him out from the save that he would have been able to make, and ties up the game here for Washington State.
And it's deja vu all over again. Now we're down to a 2-minute match between these two teams. 4-4, or should we say 0-0. Washington State now, they're looking to make this 2 minutes all theirs. B900 Cool skying in for the shot as San Jose State just couldn't do anything to clear that ball.
Well, if there's one team we know that can play up to the pressure they've shown us already, it's going to be Washington State. Here, 5-4. My God, we're barely even halfway through the game, Cool J.
Yeah, the scoring has been in bunches from both sides, but make no mistake, there has been some incredible defense as well. These teams are just both determined to try and win this match. They will do anything to put the ball in the back of the net. James now bringing it down the sideline into the pitch. He's playing slow, calm, collected. He's ready to see if he can find an opening, force a mistake. SpongeBob playing it into the corner now. James going for the challenge on It's Johnny, and he is winning it. DD winning that challenge, though, back for San Jose State. SpongeBob again trying to slow down the pace, and it looks like Washington State, instead of keeping the pressure up, it looks like they're going to try and take some clock.
Yep, Washington State, they're keeping the pressure on, which is going to take that clock away. Like you mentioned, they're just trying to ensure this one goal. You can already tell there's a distinct change of pace right now, but they still have to step up the defending. Just because you play slow does not mean that the goals aren't going to come. You've got to start playing your defensive rotations just as fast as your attacking ones, and they barely are able to do it. James flying across the net makes the save. They're not done yet, though. B900 Cool plays the ball out. Counterattack in. Toaster Doggo to play the ball out of the corner. James will receive, and now this ball up. This is just valuable time off the clock here for San Jose. They've got another chance here.
SpongeBob actually bringing it back down for Washington State. Well challenged by San Jose State. B900 Cool just barely moving it away for the goal. Oh no, but Didi, he had a perfect opportunity, but just no boost in the tank. Couldn't finish it off. 19 seconds left to go. That could have been San Jose State's last chance. Look at this one rocking across the pitch. Didi at the last second gonna save it. They're still in this match, but there's only 10 seconds left. They need a goal right now, but they can't get it out of their own half. B900 Cool keeping up the pressure. James going in, and there is the finisher for Washington State. Another goal. B900 Cool assisting James, and that, barring an unforeseen miracle, should be Washington State taking game 2.
All right, San Jose University are playing so hard right now. But when you put this much into a single game, when you play this hard, it is really difficult to maintain that mentally. Heading here into game 3, match point, Washington State, all of the pressure is on. It is 100% about whether or not San Jose crack or they manage to hold on this game and turn up for when it counts.
Turning up for when it counts, indeed. We saw B900 Cool and James both getting hat tricks in that match. SpongeBob remaining scoreless, but it was really a team effort from the side of Washington State to win that one. Hard fought from both sides, but the key is Washington State really just controlled those final 2 minutes. We pointed it out. It was 4-4 with about 2 minutes to go, and that was when Washington State finally decided, you know what, enough of this back and forth games. It's time for us to take control and take the win.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Washington State University. It's weird because they're in a winning position. They should be comfortable, but we both know exactly what happened to them last time they were in this winning position. And I don't think they're ready to let off the gas pedal just as much. They've proven they can stand up the pressure. They can keep this game style going for a very long time. And all I want to see out of them is more of the same. Holding on to the pace that they're playing is something that's really difficult to do. And it's impressed me that they've been able to do it for so long. And it may be a tall order because just as much as San Jose need to hold on and just not break right now with their aggression, not break mentally, Washington State have to do the same thing. But mind you, this is coming off one of the most intense 5-game series I've seen in my whole life.
Yeah, and another thing, Washington State started off that series 2-0 and it ended up going to 5 games. San Jose State looks even more competitive than Washington did in that series, so there is a great chance that this one could go to 4 or 5. It will start with San Jose State right now, though. They've got to make something happen. They've been able to clear the danger thanks to It's Johnny. James missing an aerial. That's a huge opportunity. It was over the goal, but the rotations weren't there. Toaster Doggo and Didi just, oh no!
What a shot! Toaster Dog off the wall here. Look at this beauty. The touch, gorgeous. The shot, even better. Beats 2 defenders to the ball and making a statement here. San Jose. I've seen all night. It'd be such a disappointment to see this one go 3-0 right
Johnny.
now. But It's Johnny is looking to do anything but that.
Yeah, Johnny was looking to strike fear into the Washington State squad. They dealt with that one pretty easily. SpongeBob bringing it back, but Johnny, a familiar face yet again. Oh, look at this air dribble from him. He was looking to drop it down to his teammate, but B900 Cool is not having any of it. He comes in and puts a stop to it. Toaster Doggo going high to try and disrupt that ball, and he does, but Washington State still on the aggressive. They're in San Jose State's half. Look at James and SpongeBob both going up for this ball. B900 Cool over the middle, playing it into the corner, seeing if he can center this ball, but Toaster Doggo going to win the challenge. He's going to fake out SpongeBob as well, and now playing it to his teammate Didi. It's a 2-on-1 at the goal line. What a save! James with the save, though, perfectly timed, but the ball is still in the danger zone. SpongeBob finally gets the clear. Didi in midfield, trying to bring it back, but he can't successfully do so. Now, open goal. B900 Cool, the only man back, and Toaster Doggo with his second goal of the game.
Okay, we're gonna rewind for a second here and talk about that save that James just made. What the hell? Jumps over the demo attempt, boosts back down to the ground, makes a save. Then the ball gets rebounded out. San Jose get another attempt at it, and there's just an open goal sitting there. A beautiful follow-up. And San Jose just show how much gas they have left in the tank.
Yeah, SpongeBob with a shot on goal, but incredible. And I really have to wonder how much fatigue is playing into this right now. Washington State, they've looked good as usual. And B900, I've said it so many times. What else can I say about this guy? He comes in, it seems like every time Washington State is on the ropes, there comes B900 Cool, their superhero, their knight in shining armor, skying down from above to save them with a goal, bringing it back within one and revitalizing this Washington State team.
I mean, clear MVP candidate right now. B900 Cool has put this team on his back multiple times. Clutch plays all over the place. They've all three got to show up if they want to beat the beast that is San Jose right now. They've got 2 minutes and 45 seconds left, just about half the game. Just find one more goal. It's not that much. Just score the ball, forehead right. But up against this team, up against an aggressive monster like San Jose, it's not that simple. It hasn't been that simple. Yes, the game score is 2-0, but they have been so close here. And now as Washington State looks to move into the second half of the game, they've got to start wondering, okay, when do we turn up the aggression?
Yeah, and I'm wondering when it's going to happen. San Jose State is keeping it going. It's Johnny playing it over the middle. Oh no, Didi! He had a chance at a goal right there, but he plays it just off target. How many times have we seen that happen? But San Jose State, we know they're going to get more chances with the way they've been playing. It's Johnny with a great play off the wall, going in for it, but James actually clears it back the other way. Toaster Doggo, the only one back, and he gets the perfect hit on that challenge. Oh, but B900 Cool still had a chance towards the goal. SpongeBob and James flying through, bounces off the wall. B900 Cool for the finish, and who else?
Washington State have done what they do in what feels like every single game. Comeback after comeback after comeback. And you know what? Sometimes it's close. Sometimes they end up losing, but my God, Cool J, if it isn't the most entertaining thing to watch them make every game close.
Yeah, I love watching this Washington State squad, and San Jose State is really fighting hard here. They had a tough loss earlier at the hands of Utah State. They don't want to go 0-2 today. Washington State, on the other hand, looking to go 2-0 and get a good start on this early bracket. This, of course, the first week of the EGF Power Series. We're going to have a lot more great action coming at you later on. B900 Cool almost scores a goal while I'm talking about it. SpongeBob going towards it as well, but it's Johnny now. He has control of the ball. He's brought it back towards the midfield. Look at the shot. He's passed it over to Didi over the middle, but dealt with by this Washington State side. Tied up 2-2. 1 minute to go, and it could not get more exciting than this. Perfect, ladies and gentlemen. B900 Cool towards the middle. SpongeBob setting it up across the middle of the goal. Is there an opportunity here? But no one can follow up for Washington State.
All right, it's not over yet, though. We've seen Washington State, and at this point, I'm pretty sure overtime gives the nightmares. They absolutely want to finish this game off now. The shot, though, coming in from Toaster Doggo speaks. Otherwise, good touch by SpongeBob. Puts it out wide. B900 Cool will go up the wall. 50-50, won by It's Johnny. Follow-up shot. Will it be there? SpongeBob. Every single one of these that touches their backboard, he is defending like a madman. He's a wall and the foundation here for Washington State right now. But James has to find the shot and be the striker that they need.
Yeah, 20 seconds left, and it's looking more and more like it could be into overtime. B900 Cool, though, in the corner. We've seen the magic that he can pull off for Washington State. Toaster Doggo with a nice controlling touch, bringing it back down towards the other end. Look at him. He's playing it off the middle. DD was in position, but B900 Cool yet again making the play for Washington State. They're bringing it back down. James, oh my God, with the goal.
Washington State, they've done it after a 2-goal deficit. They come back, fire one in, and with 2 seconds remaining, they avoid that overtime monster leering over their shoulder and look to end this game. We've seen 1-second goals tonight, though, Cool J. And my God, if San Jose aren't praying for one with the ball in the air, it's Johnny to follow, trying to send it in the corner, but the gravity is going to prevail. The ball comes down. Washington State University in the closest to 3-0 that I've ever seen take the match.
Yeah, that's exactly how I would describe it. 3-0 really doesn't do this series justice, but you, ladies and gentlemen, if you've been watching, you got to experience it along with us. And I'm sure that you'll be looking forward to more great things from San Jose State and Washington State in the future of our EGF Power Series. Unfortunately, we're coming up on the last series of the night. Coming up next, after a quick break, will be Utah State and the University of Washington returning to the stream. Don't go away.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long night. It's been an exciting night. I hope all you Washington State fans are laying around, whether you're rooting for University of Washington to win or you're rooting for Utah State to take them down and give them their second loss of the day. I hope you guys are ready to be entertained. Both these teams searching for their first win of the day, of course. University of Washington and Utah State going at it here, but only one will come out victorious. Cool J, you just excited as I am?
Yeah, I'm incredibly excited because Heist just started us off with a very quick goal there. An assist from Velocity. He played it perfectly off the wall, and look at that touch. Incredible mechanics from him, the car control, and 16 seconds in, Utah State making a statement.
All right, here, let's see if they can follow up on that, though. Utah, they're starting off well. They played a close game up against San Jose earlier, but University of Washington, after such a mental struggle against their former Washington team, they aren't going to be able to find that goal. Vixie will be the man to put it in, flies high and finishes off the ball. 1-1 scores even here, just 30 seconds into the game.
Yeah, Heist with a valiant effort, proving that demos can indeed save goals, but Vixie, he was our MVP earlier on for this Washington squad, and there yet again to finish off that rebound. Now tied at 1-1, and both of these teams coming out the gates hot.
That they are, and with plenty of time left on the clock here, I think we're going to see these teams develop a little bit of personalities, why they want to play what way. We saw University of Washington really come out and start playing a very aggressive play style up against their counterparts in Washington State, but here they're seeming to be on the back foot. They can't form those attacks, and that's just leaving the goal wide open for Utah.
Yeah, incredible stuff there. Utah State going back up, and both of these teams scoring incredibly well right now, but it seems like they're struggling a little bit on their rotations, overcommitting to some of these aggressive pushes. Velocity going to win the 50-50 on that kickoff, but Vixie brings it right back down the field. Recnotech, Recnotech! Incredible! Plays it in on a pretty off angle right there with an assist from Heist.
Alrighty, dead even game. These teams firing blow for blow. We're looking at another high-scoring one, ladies and gentlemen. I expect both of these hyper-aggressive teams to be taking this one as far as it can go.
Yeah, now we're coming back into it. Wizard on the ball, and we've already seen the magic that he can create. Heist playing it back. Vixie with the save. Incredible car control, and he does it again. Velocity with another shot attempt, and Vixie with 2 saves in a row. Colch getting the demo onto Wizard. He says no magic allowed. Utah State, now it is in their half. They're trying to bring it back down the other way. Heist with a huge hit. Wizard in position for the save, though. Colch playing it across the middle. Is his team going to be there to follow up? Heist with a shot towards goal. Vixie with the save. And now Recnotech, he's hesitating. He doesn't know what to do. Vixie's able to get the ball clear just for a short minute. Velocity, though, playing it off the sidewall. Now Wizard with a huge hit down the pitch. Vixie taking a controlling touch. The goal is open for a moment. Is Wizard going to get there in time? He misses the shot. Recnotech for a rebound, and he doesn't quite get it either.
All right, though, clears in from Utah here, and we're starting to see the University of Washington really crank it into that 7th gear. That extra one that we saw them access earlier on, they realized this is just as big of a threat as Washington State was. This is going to be just as difficult of a game. We already saw these two teams go at it, and so Utah is really going to be trouble for a University of Washington side that is tired, that needs to dig so deep for this victory. But I know they've got it in, and we've seen the amount of heart this team can put out. It's all about execution now.
It's all about execution indeed, and there's a good start from Recnotech playing it across the middle. Wizard plays it into the corner, but it looks like that wasn't the hit they wanted. It goes back to Velocity, and Recnotech playing all the way back, able to get the save. But now Utah State has rotated into some aggression right here. Velocity playing it off the wall. Vixie with a nice hit. Wizard combining with him as well. Heist is back there to stop this aggression, or at least slow it down. But Washington is not done. Recnotech playing it into the corner. Now coming back the other way. Heist at midfield with control. Washington takes it back and forth the ball goes as both of these teams are fighting so hard to try and take the go-ahead goal, and there it is! Vixie putting it into the back of the net off the assist from Recnotech.
All right, University of Washington, they're slowly coming back in, but Utah State, they may not have a wizard, but this band of muggles is still potent here. Only 1 goal the difference. This hyper-aggressive game, it can happen at any point in time, but that also means that University of Washington could see the same exact thing. Polch with a nice flick will allow the ball to pass 1 player, but now bounding for the waterfall here. Rekno doesn't get the touch that he really wants, but Heist is going to be missing on the ball. Vixie to redirect center. Wizard with the shot. No! Plays it out wide to Rekno Tech. And it's his turn. More passes here from University of Washington. They just got to take the shot to put the ball in. But by the time they do, Velocity will be there to save it.
Yeah, and I was yet again on the edge of my seat. I guess I'm not going to get a break tonight. That one was so close to going in. So many opportunities, and they just missed them. Washington, they still have the lead, but they definitely would have liked a chance to pad their distance. Oh, but look at the long range velocity coming back just in time, but it's not enough. Punished hard. Wizard with a huge hit. Velocity does get back just in time, but Vixie, what more can we say? Right place, right time. He's the MVP for a reason, and now a 2-goal lead for Washington here in Game 1.
All right, 2-goal lead may sound scary, but again, this is a place we've seen University of Washington in Game 5. And I think it's totally possible here for Utah State. They're playing fast enough. All it is just keeping these attacking rotations going, tiring out the defense of the University of Washington, but they got bigger things to worry about and bigger fish to fry here. University of Washington with a 3rd goal on the board to take that lead away. It's going to be 40 seconds on the clock, and that goal difference is starting to feel daunting here.
Yeah, and it's possible Washington was able to dispel their 2-goal curse right there with that goal. Bringing it to 3 may be insurmountable. 30 seconds left. Utah State going to be doing whatever they can to try and overcome this lead right now. Velocity with a nice controlling touch, bringing it down the field. He's wide open in front of the net, and he brings it to Heist for the score. That is a great first step. That's exactly what they needed with 24 seconds left to go.
Uh-oh, need I remind everybody of the Georgetown game where we saw 30 seconds, 3 goals go by, and I believe it was even more than that over the course of a minute. These goals can come, and they can come fast, especially from a team like Utah. All they got to do is follow up. They've got Polch in position, takes the shot, misses on the open net. That's going to be a huge opportunity gone. Heist takes another one, rips it at the net. Ball off, goes center, Heist up. Rekno Tech, though, wins the ball. 10 seconds on the clock. This timer matching their heartbeat. Utah State can feel this game slipping out of their grasp as the ball approaches their own net for one more time. University of Washington will seal out this Game 1.
Yeah, both teams looking to try and score a last-second goal here to pad their goal differential. It may actually come in, and Utah State Heist going to finish it off, making it 5-4 instead of 5-3. They definitely fought hard in Game 1, and I don't think they're going to get put away too easily. University of Washington, they may have taken Game 1, but they better watch their backs. Utah State is coming for them.
I mean, we saw how hard they bounced back when it came to that last minute. I totally think this Utah State has enough gusto, has enough moxie in them to really bring it here for Game 2. I expect them to come out of the gate swinging. I expect them to be playing some fast Rocket League, and the same thing for the University of Washington here. It is something that they've done time and time again. Both of these teams, absolute masters at the mental game so far. And so heading into Game 2, I expect nothing different from either of them.
Yeah, I don't expect anything different either. I'm really looking forward to seeing more in Vixie showing up big. 4 of Washington's 5 goals were scored by him in this match. We've talked about him so much. We keep saying his name for a reason, because he is going off for his team.
All right. Second game, a little bit of a breather here. Cool J, both these teams, not just the losing team, clearly have things they need to fix. Mostly defensively, because it has been an all-out attacking war right now. And I'm pretty sure it's similar problems for both of them. And I have my theory here, but right now, Wizards got a goal. Again, this man in kickoff goals, you can't see them out without him in the same game.
The magician strikes again. freezing out the goal for an early one right there. And the University of Washington, they are looking to ride on that game 1 victory, and that is some great momentum to start off.
Alrighty. University of Washington. I kind of want to see him slow down the play here. I want to see him try and hold on to a goal lead, but they absolutely can't because Polch shoves it right down their gullet here. It is not meant to be. Utah State are just on top of it. They fire back at every goal, but over time, if University of Washington continues to just be the first person to score, they're going to win.
Yeah, that's really the key. Utah State has to find a way to light that fire without needing that extra motivation. Rechnotech and Velocity both kind of sitting in the corner on this ball, not really sure what they want to do with it. Finally gets played out. Oh my goodness! Velocity playing it towards the goal. He didn't quite get the hit he wanted. There was no one there to follow up on it. Vixie now playing in the midfield, and again, we're slowing down on it. Velocity and Vixie both playing slow. Pulch bouncing it off the wall, and Rechnotech comes flying through for the Washington side. Heist playing it towards the goal, but Vixie deals with it pretty easily. Now he's playing it back the other way. Velocity with the aerial knocks it off the roof. Wizard coming through, looking for some more of that magic. Pulch says, I don't think so, but Rechnotech has more ideas. Heist, he sees an open goal. Rechnotech, the only one back. He is there for the aerial challenge. Wizard with the perfect timing on the rotation, able to save the shot from Velocity. Now Vixie coming the other way. We've seen what he can do. Bringing it on the waterfall, and the score! Wizard off the assist from Vixie, and this was all, look at this work from Vixie. Look at him come across the ceiling. Look at this ball, perfectly played by him, perfectly set up for his teammate. 2-1 now, Wizard with his second goal of the game.
Not to mention Wizard going coast to coast for that one, from one goal to the other to take the lead in the game. Again, another game with 4 minutes left, though. Polch, he's up. We've seen him do this before. Ball, this time it's Velocity. Played off the back wall, trying to pressure down this University of Washington side, but I really like what UW have done in this game. They've slowed it down, and it's a change of pace. It's not being able to keep up with Utah. It is trying to drive this pace of the game to be slower, control the ball, and play a game that you know you can beat Utah at.
And now we shall see 3 minutes left on the clock. Wizard with a shot towards the goal, and there is the hat trick. Oh my goodness. All Utah State could do was just sit and watch helplessly as that ball rolled on in. Washington has found their groove, and Utah State is looking shell-shocked.
So this is how that change of pace pays off there, right? We see the Utah State defender take it up their own wall going for a clear, and their other two players by that point are already out in the opponent's half trying to deal with it. Wow, these saves, though, from University of Washington. My God.
Yeah, absolutely incredible on the rotation timing.
So look for this clear from Polch. Look for the two other Utah State players to already be out in the other half. That's what University of Washington are waiting for. That's when they're going to get aggressive and punish that over-aggression from Utah State. All it is University of Washington playing slow and waiting for these opportunities, and there's another one. Vixie punishes the mistake in their own half. Luckily enough, though, this time Utah's got defenders.
Yeah, Velocity this time clearing it towards Polch, who's playing in the midfield. We actually see Wizard misplaying the ball on a challenge in the midfield. Vixie now coming through into the corner, trying to play it towards the center, but his teammates aren't there. They've decided to back off from this play. They're coming back in for another run. Rechnotech over towards the Wizard. Velocity there to challenge, but Vixie says, I don't think so. This attack is not over with yet. Wizard playing it into the corner towards the center, and that is the clear now from Heist. But as you mentioned, that may be the opening for Washington. Vixie playing it into the corner yet again. Polch missing the aerial on it. Heist playing it across the middle. That's generally not a good idea, but these Washington attackers are nowhere to be found.
All right, now, these Washington attackers, they don't need to be found is the thing. They're up 2 goals. They can be the Washington defenders for all I care. At this point, all it is about holding on to that lead. Velocity will get a clear out here, but this pressure from University of Washington is so precise. It doesn't need to be hyper-aggressive because they have that lead. They're choosing their battles here, and they're winning them flawlessly right now. Utah State needs to learn to play the slow game and work the ball up the field with passes and now creative shots if they want to score.
Yeah, and now they're starting to come in for it, bouncing it all around. Ooh! And Heist just threads the needle right there. He finds his way in. I'm not sure how he managed to pull this off. It seemed like all three defenders had a chance there, but they just weren't quite in the right position. He's shortened that lead to just one with a little over a minute to go, and Utah State is determined to make sure that every single one of these games is exciting.
Yeah, these Washington teams seemingly go hand in hand with exciting matches here. Heist has a shot off the double touch from the wall. His teammate gives him a little bit of a bump here. It's going to buy a lot of time. That 1 minute horn sounds, and Utah State on the retreat here. Wizard has a flip reset. Not going to be using it. Just going to land on the ground. Wait for this defense to come in. And the plan of Washington State has not changed. Defense, defense, defense for this orange side right now. 45 seconds ticks down on the clock, though, and Utah State, they're not letting off the gas pedal.
Yeah, Polch bringing it back down the other way. Oh, he plays it off the back, but not quite in position is Heist. He's a little bit too late on the rotation. Velocity bringing it through, 30 seconds remaining. This could be one of their last chances here if they want to score and tie this game up, take it to an overtime. Heist playing it across the middle. Velocity a little bit too slow. Recnotech with the clear. This one could be dangerous. Velocity the only man back. He is going to get the save. Vixie playing it goalwards now as well. 10 seconds left to go, and Wizards still relentless, still playing it into this Utah State half. Utah finally pushing it into Washington's side of the field as time ticks down. This is their last opportunity, and they get it! Heist into the goal! Forcing overtime with 1 second left.
Absolute thievery here from the man himself. Heist sneaks one in. I mean, it literally doesn't get any closer than that. 1 second on the clock here. And with University of Washington in this position, they have seen exactly one overtime in their experience now, and it didn't end well for them.
And we shall see how this one goes. 3-3, both teams looking for lucky number 4. Recnotech on the wall in midfield, just misses the ball. Heist brings it all the way back down. Vixie with the play. Vixie now looking to go up the sideline. He went a little bit too far. Velocity going to play it back towards, oh no, is there anyone there? Recnotech just barely going to get that save from Velocity's shot, but the danger's not gone just yet. Utah State now looking for a counterattack. They see an open goal in their sights. Recnotech wants to get aggressive, and he wants to do it fast. Wizard playing it off the sidewall now, looking towards the middle. Oh, but he might have just played right into Washington's hands. Velocity looking for the redirect, but Recnotech in the perfect position, making up for his past mistakes, finding redemption for his team. Washington is still going, and now Velocity, the only man back. He finds a perfect hit, or is it Vixie playing towards the goal? Just barely misses, and now where are the rotations? Washington, Recnotech able to keep it safe for now. Pulse looking for the aerial, and we're a minute into overtime, and we still haven't seen a goal.
These teams, they're playing aggressive still. They're playing with fire here because the second they make a mistake, he's going to be punished. Vixie will stop that from being the case. Heist has another attempt here, though. Utah State still looking for this attempt on the goal, on the lives of University of Washington here, looking to tie up this series. Both playing such good ball control. This Utah State looking reinvigorated, combining that defensive and attacking play style that they were playing earlier. Now they're looking like a super team here up against University of Washington, who are shaking in their boots because they haven't seen a goal in a good while.
And we see now, though, Vixie with an opportunity off the wall. Heist with a save. Recnotech trying to play off the wall, keep it in the attacking half, but no matter, Utah State still going to push into Washington's side. Heist playing it, trying to center the ball. Recnotech is not having it. Now the center comes through the pole. Oh, and another save from Wizard. The magic happens yet again. The danger's not clear, though. Heist still keeping it in Washington's half. Vixie is looking for the clear, but Heist is not having it. Velocity coming for the aerial. This could be it. Wizard yet again with the last second save. He is the magician for his team, keeping them alive. And now Washington finally on the counterattack. Recnotech with an aerial demolition. Pulse looking for a shot. Oh my goodness, Heist might have an open goal. Wizard yet again keeping his team alive. Velocity with the aerial in the midfield, playing it over to his teammate Pulch. Pulch playing it down into the corner. Vixie looking to bring it back now. Finally, Washington getting out of their half. Almost. Heist yet again stopping them at that midfield mark. This push from Utah State has been relentless. Washington has barely gotten any shots off during this overtime. Wizard coming through, looking into the corner. Pulch plays it off the wall. This could be bad. Pulch is able to win that 50-50 with Recnotech. Velocity plays it towards the goal. Vixie with an easy save right there, but the danger's not gone. Plays it over the middle. Heist not able to follow up on it after a great touch from Wizard. Rickno-Tech now going into the corner, contesting this ball high on the ceiling, putting it into the middle, setting it up for Vixie, just not quite right. Oh, and look at the touch! The doink! It's over the middle. There's no there. Wizard needs to hit it. He couldn't quite hit it right. Oh my goodness. I can't watch.
All right, I'll watch for you. Cool, JB, because this ball is still right in front of Utah State's goal. Still threatening as ever. Wizard waiting for the rotate back, but Washington, they may have gotten a little bit too big for their bridges here. They need to go back. They've got to play that solid defense that we know them for. Heist off the corner. Simple, basic Rocket League plays are what are going to win you these. Nerves of steel are required, and University of Washington have got them in spades now. Wizard looking for the counterattack here. Bangs one up field into the corner. Rechnotech will be there to receive. Colch to challenge. Wizard up 50-50. Balls down and into the goal. Washington, after nearly 4 minutes of overtime, after nearly 2 full games of Rocket League, they take the most intense game we've seen tonight.
And that is definitely saying something, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if all of you have been staying throughout our matches. If you haven't, we have seen a plethora of incredibly close games, but that one definitely takes the cake. However, I don't want to say that it's definitely going to stay, because there's one more game between these two teams, and if these first two have been any indication, Washington and Utah State are not done with blowing our minds. The next match should be coming up soon, and I'm really excited to see how this one finishes off.
Okay, so I need a reset. We've seen 3 games in a row that have gone like this. These Washington teams have some sort of knack, some sort of just magic in them for creating exciting games, and my God, I can't wait to see more of them. We've got more weeks of this coming up ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to remake this lobby. We'll be back in just a moment. It is game point here for Utah State. Their hopes of finding a win tonight are on the line. We'll find out if they can do it in just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, possibly our final game, but definitely our final match. Looking to get wrapped up here is University of Washington have Utah State right up against the ropes, poised for defeat, but this Utah State has so much fight in them. Entertaining game after entertaining game, but they haven't quite been able to finish one off, and that's going to be an awful start for them. University of Washington find an early goal as they have in what feels like every single match prior.
Vixie is incredible. 9 seconds is all he needs to find the back of the net. He's been doing it all day for this Washington squad, and that's an early lead. That's exactly what they were hoping for. They want to finish out this series.
Okay, it's literally the same situation we've seen in every other game University of Washington has played. An early goal, but will they be able to hold on to the lead? This is a big question here. Utah State, they've been playing a long time. They've been holding up the aggression. Their mental game clearly unboomable at this point, but nonetheless, they've got to find goals. And even if your mental's unboomed, even if you're playing out of your minds, forcing yourselves to find goals when that clock starts ticking is terrifying. But they've got an open one right now, and Velocity's got the opportunity. He can't find the angle. Pulch knocks it out wide, not seeing his teammate behind him, perfectly ready to take the shot. Now it's Heist's turn. He misses. Velocity has to turn around. Risky 50-50. Wizard up, lays the ball for his teammate. Rechnotech gonna opt to go for the corner boost, and Vexy just applying a little bit of pressure onto the ball, making sure it doesn't go anywhere they don't want it to. And this one-man army in the front line right now, Vexy is causing so much disruption for the University of Washington that's actually becoming a bit of a problem here for Utah State.
Yeah, now Pulch bringing it back down into the corner. Utah State looking for some aggression. They are down 1, and Washington looks pretty content to try and take some clock down. Velocity is actually playing it slow himself, maybe looking for a bigger set play, bringing it across the middle, but he gives Rechnotech time to go for a challenge. Ooh, yeah, Velocity and Heist setting up for the set play. Pulch coming through, bringing it into the corner. Here's Heist over the middle. Velocity can't finish it off. Oh, but they're still not out of this attack run yet. Heist makes sure to win it in the midfield, play it back in. Vixie now shooting it goldwards. Is there anyone there to finish it off? No, it's well played by this Utah State defense, and Heist, the long-range dribbler, into the goal.
Wow. A far goal had here by Heist. And with 3 minutes on the clock, it's all of a sudden looking a little bit better for the side of Utah State. The goals are slowing down. I think they're adjusting to this slower play style of University of Washington. Ever since they changed up the pace of the game, I feel like it's been huge for them, and it's continued on throughout the second game, but finally we're seeing some adaptation from the Utah side, and I'm loving it.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how it works out for them. Utah State playing into the corner here. Pulch in Velocity looking for a set play. Heist over the middle. He's going to play it off the wall. Velocity in perfect position, and Rechnotech misses the save. Velocity with the score.
And Utah State trying to live up to this promise they've made, take us into another game here. 2-1. They haven't seen a lead in a while. They have been, like we said, responding to goals from University of Washington. Every time UW scores, they fire back, but you can't rely on that because soon enough are going to come overtimes, and then you won't get a chance to score back here.
Oh, no.
But now University of Washington saved their own shot!
No! Oh my goodness, no, they can't believe what they've just done. Wizard slows down for a second, almost in disbelief. He just saved the equalizer goal from his own teammate. That was certainly not magical for the side of Washington, and Utah State now maybe looking to go for some counter-aggression. Vixie, no. Vixie's on the ball. We've seen him do some crazy things. Bar down. He was styling on him. Look at him. He takes his time with this one. He slows down. He wants the perfect touch. Heist doesn't know what to do. He's scared. He's worried. He knows what Vixie's capable of, and Vixie does it right there.
All right. We're back in a very familiar situation where this game just pings back and forth. These teams, they're both cranking it up, actually. I love what they're both thinking here about turning up the aggression, trying to play fast again and catch the other team off guard. But they both had the same thought. You know, great minds think alike, but these two teams have put on a great match here. Heist looking for a 1v1 up against Vixie. That's bound to be lost there in the corner. Velocity, good challenge here, though. Plays it down and buys his team a little bit of time. In this midfield area is where you really want to keep your eyes on for both of them. Not only could a goal come out punishing over aggression, but there's also a lot of ball control being had here for both teams. And right now, it's all about Utah State and the way they're setting up these shots.
Yeah, and they had a chance to set one up right there. Unfortunately, they just couldn't find the angle. Pulch with a demo onto Vixie, and that is going to seriously hurt Washington's attack run here. No matter, Vixie's already back in the frame looking for more, but it's given Utah State the chance to bring it back into Washington's half. They're looking to go aggressive here, still tied up with just over a minute left to go. The next goal may well be the decider for this game. Wizard playing it into the midfield. Velocity does not get a very good touch on that one, and Wizard magical for the score yet again. Look at this right here. It's all on Velocity. He does not get the touch he wanted at all, and Wizard plays it in with ease. Nothing Heist could do to save it there.
Yeah, with the wave of his wand, he makes it look easy here. A minute left on the clock. Utah State, every single one of these Washington teams has proven to be insanely clutch. Utah has to do the same. If you want to exist in this group, if you want to thrive, if you want to win games, you have to pull these out. Utah State, the onus is on you. The ball is in your court. Tie this game up.
Yeah, tie this game up indeed. 40 seconds left to go. 3-2 in favor of Washington. Washington threatening again. Wizard with a shot on goal. Pulch going to save it though. No one's back. Vixie able to get the save just barely after Velocity couldn't find the touch. Coming back the other way. Oh, Wizard with a shot towards the goal, but it goes off the crossbar. Wizard now playing off the ceiling, getting the flip reset. Vixie with a shot towards the goal. Velocity deals with it pretty easily. Heist coming back the other way now. Recno Tech and Wizard both there. Neither getting a touch on it, but it's no matter. Heist couldn't get the touch he wanted. Pulch playing it into the corner, but it's right into Wizard's hands. 10 seconds left to go now, and this is the final stand for Utah State. They need to score now, or they will be eliminated in this day.
Oh, what a shot! No!
The worst possible way. Utah State, they knock it into the ground right in front of the goal. They had a perfect setup, but they just run out of time. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be Washington taking the series 3-0 in another incredibly close 3-0 series. And that, unfortunately, concludes our day here at the EGF Power Series. I want to conclude by asking you, Dor, who do you think was our MVP for the Group 8 Day 1 matches?
Oh, man. I mean, B900 Cool is an obvious choice alongside Vixie and Wizard. I think those three players were beyond standout for all of these teams. The other teams, that's not to say they didn't have standout players, but they were playing a lot more reliant on their teams. Meanwhile, it's just individual clutch play after clutch play from these guys, especially out of Washington. And Utah, unfortunately, unable to pull through there. And I've got to say, we got robbed of a game 4 there with how close that ball was to going in. 80-90% over the line at least. But at the end of the day, the scoreline still says University of Washington win 3-0, even if it's close. But after some fantastic games, thank you all for tuning in. There's plenty more Rocket League action to be played here at Official EGF, and there will be more games going on tomorrow, just about starting at the same time, around 5 p.m. If you guys want to keep up with all that action, though, you can go ahead and follow at Official EGF on Twitter. If you want to keep up with any of the action the casters bring at you guys, you can follow me at Door_Cast on Twitter. You can follow my boy Navik on Twitter at NavikCast, and you can follow Cool J at CoolJ_TV on Twitter. Like we've mentioned, though, that's all we've got for you guys tonight. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll catch you guys tomorrow for some more Rocket League action.